Also, it's incumbent upon us as leaders to be able to talk to our children and those that are under our care on how we discipline ourselves, a situation which will become the norm of the use of the internet space. I say this cognizant of the fact that there are countries like the UK that do not have a constitution, but they have the modes of how they operate. So we need to start talking about safe mtandaoni, and that only can come from us discussing as Kenyans, leaders, and all involved parties. The Senator Mazayo, I think, Judge Mazayo, asked a question on hatua gani tunachukua sisi kama wizara. Mheshimiwa Speaker, sheria moja ambayo tumesema imepelekwa kotini ilikuwa ni sheria ya kuweza kuondoa yale maneno imewekwa mitandaoni na kuweka chini, lakini mahakama imesimamisha sheria ile na zingine ambazo zilikuwa nia yetu kama wizara kwa kutengeza ile sheria ni kuweza kuruhusu shirika kama Communication Authority kuweza kuondoa mitandaoni hizo habari au maneno hayo ambao yanatekelezwa katika mtandao. Tunahofia, Mheshimiwa Speaker, kuwa hivi karibuni hiyo koti itaweza kuondoa hizo maneno za kuzuia ili tuweze kung'ang'ana na story ya kuweza kuondoa habari mbaya au maneno mbaya ambayo inafanyika mitandaoni. Mheshimiwa Speaker, I think it was Senator Eddie, who says we need to have very clear as a ministry on the framework that we are doing. I tried, Madam Speaker, to explain on the frameworks, but you directed that I do not go into details. I undertake, Madam Speaker, to be able to bring a comprehensive answer on the frameworks and what it is the ministry is doing currently and the proposed actions in the future to make sure that this space is free and good for our children to indulge. I submit, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Eddie, what is your intervention? Certainly it cannot be a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I think that either the minister got my question wrong or did not just answer it at all. I did not ask about legal frameworks, Mr. Speaker. I indicated that the minister has centered on legal frameworks that exist. What I asked the minister is, how is the ministry holding platforms accountable? Because the legal frameworks are there to ensure that there is robust standards, to ensure that the safety standards are implemented according to our constitution within those legal frameworks, to ensure that there is fast reporting mechanisms, and to ensure that there is protection of minors. All these things exist. What is lacking is how do you hold those stakeholders who are owning these platforms accountable? For instance, Meta, that owns Facebook, that owns WhatsApp, that owns IG, are registered in Ireland. They're not registered in Kenya, yet their platforms are distributing content that do have impact on our children. What is the ministry doing to hold Meta accountable? What is the ministry doing to hold TikTok accountable? What is the ministry doing to hold these all social media platforms accountable to the frameworks and standards that have been established by the country? That's my question.
Yes, Honorable, yes.
Mr. Speaker, I quite agree with Senator Eddie that the issue of framework had been exhaustively explained. On what we are doing, Mr. Speaker, with players like TikTok and Meta, one action is the takedown action. The other action, Mr. Speaker, is that Communications Authority, through regulations, has been mandated now to stop operations of those platforms in the event of breach. But again, Mr. Speaker, we have issues that people run to court to stop us from doing certain things. But we have undertaken to be able to deal with these broadcasters, be it TikTok, be it Facebook, and some of them, Mr. Speaker, we have also given conditions in their licensing that they must have offices here in Kenya, so that in the event of issues that they have brought up on their platforms, they should be held accountable here in Kenya. And you remember, Mr. Speaker, if I may add, a platform like the one for Elon Musk, we have given them temporary approval licenses to operate in Kenya on condition that in the next 3 months, they shall have an office here. So we are taking action by having them here in Kenya and being subjected to our laws and measures that are there to protect our children. I submit, Mr.
Senator Boni.
Speaker, Mr. Speaker, 2 weeks ago, Safaricom announced profits of 100 billion shillings, Mr. Speaker. What is the minister doing to ensure that this theft, open theft, by a company which is not in business but is doing profiteering, young people are protected by having access to cheaper rates of using ICT? Especially, Mr. Speaker, in view of the fact that your government promised Kenyans, especially the youth, free Wi-Fi for them to be elected.
Senator Munyehaji.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika. Yangu mimi ni swala kuhusiana na matangazo ya rejareja kuhusiana na mambo ya kamari, yani betting. Ukifungua redio kila baada ya dakika 10 kuna tangazo la betting. Kila baada ya dakika 10 kuna tangazo la betting. Je, wizara yako Mheshimiwa Kabogo inafanya nini kupunguza ama kuondoa kabisa haya matangazo ya kamari ambayo yamekithiri katika vyombo vya habari katika nchi yetu?
Senator Kathuri.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity also to ask my supplementary question. Mr. Speaker, the question asked by Senator Aminda Kibwana falls under the law that we passed in this House last year, which is the Computer Misuse and the Cyber Crimes Amendment Act 2025. Mr. Speaker, that is where you'll find we amended the Principal Act by inserting subsections in Section 6, JA, which now refers to where it is proved that a website or application promotes unlawful activities, inappropriate sexual content of a minor, terrorism or religious extremism, and cultism. So, Mr. Speaker, my question is, what is the ministry doing to operationalize this law, Mr. Speaker? Because there are a lot of cyberbullying, Mr. Speaker. Yours truly is actually, I am a culprit this week, Mr. Speaker, where something is circulating in social media that I was in a place somewhere, I can remind you, I don't know what it was, Mr. Speaker. Somebody pretending to have voice impiance like Kaduri Murungi, which is not myself, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, my question is, because there are so many such issues, even I saw one time, Mr. Speaker, the President of the Republic of Kenya was actually in these cyber crimes, in a coffin somewhere like he's dead, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, so many cases are being reported. I will circulate to you.
Order, Senator Fernandez.
So, Mr. Speaker, my question is, because there are so many cases which are being reported out there, but the police, even once you go report to the CID, they have nothing to do. They cannot protect you, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm asking this question painfully that I passed this law in this house, I voted for it, I'm now a culprit. And Mr. Speaker, this law is not even helping me because I went to ask very senior CID officers and they told me there is nothing much they can do because they need a lot of technology so that they can identify the source, who was the principal source of this misuse, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Senator Kibwana, even though she approached me yesterday, and it's like she knows who was the first person to do this thing. Because the questions she asked me yesterday, it's like they are so much reading. Like even she's aware who was this person who did this to me. Character assassination.
Thank you, Senator Katuri. You've asked
so my
your
question is the operationalization of this law, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Senator Muma.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Honorable CS, thank you so much for a comprehensive report. But Kenya is becoming well known for good laws, good constitution, no implementation. You admit to the fact that the gambling companies that are operating in Kenya and misleading our young people are way more than the ones that are legal. I would want to know exactly who is supposed to deregister these companies, because you cannot come here and say there are so many that are not working. It is the executive that should actually be implementing the law that should not facilitate such companies to operate, because we know what they are doing to our young people.
Senator Karungo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and good morning, CS. Mr. Speaker, I'm always happy when I see a citizen of Kiambu serving the nation. My question, having scanned through the response, which I can say is unusually honest, because it reveals weak enforcement, weak data, and weak accountability, my question is, from the report, only 15 out of 224 gambling and betting firms are fully registered. That is 93% of them are not registered. My question is, can the CS explain why? Because they are out there collecting data from Kenyan citizens and mostly Kenyan minors. That is in your report, table 1. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Chesang.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have one concern, Mr. Speaker, and I would also like to know what the ministry, what is the ministry's plan in terms of solving this issue. Mr. Speaker, the government has spent so much money to put infrastructure and open so many ICT hubs in the country, including in our polytechnics, the ones that are being built now, the Center of Excellence, and the ones that are deployed through our Member of Parliaments, the 1,450 hubs in the country. Mr. Speaker, personally, as the ICT chairman, I have so far accompanied the ministry in opening so many of those ICT hubs. And my worry is the ones that have gone back to, Mr. Speaker, are not working in the way that they are intended to work, in terms of assisting many of our youths, creating employment, and
Senator Allen, what is your question?
And
avoid making a speech.
I'm asking my question. So, Mr. Speaker, many of our youths are not monetizing in those ICT hubs. So, the 1450 hubs, my question is now that the 1450 hubs that are being built across the country in each and every ward, what is the ministry's plan in making sure that when these hubs are finished and we have many of our youths across in all these 47 counties in these hubs. What is the measures that the ministry is taking to make sure that once these hubs are fully equipped, that they can serve the purpose that they're supposed to be intended to do? Because
Senator Mazayo. Ask a question. Well, Senator Mazayo, I'm told you had already asked a supplementary question. Under standing order, you're only allowed one to ask one supplementary question. So, CS Kabogo, you had noted the question by Senator Mazayo. You need to clarify further because the Honorable Senator is saying it was inadequately responded to. You may proceed, CS.
Mheshimiwa Speaker, swala la Mheshimiwa Mazayo nilijaribu sana kwa lugha yetu ya Kiswahili kujibu. I did it to the best of my ability as I sit here. But Mr. Speaker, as I started answering supplementary questions, I did give an undertaking that after we get proper questions on the handset, the ministry will undertake to bring a supplementary paper on all questions that are asked on the floor of the House. Mr. Speaker, on the question asked by the Honorable Boni on the issue of Safaricom, I'm afraid, Mr. Speaker, I am not aware of Safaricom making dubious profits. I probably would want to seek further guidance on that statement the Honorable Boni asked. But on the issue of Wi-Fi, we did promise, yes, Kenyans, that we shall put public hotspots. Initially, Mr. Speaker, only about 3,500 public Wi-Fi hotspots were working when I joined the ministry. And the problem that we have on the many that are not working is that sustainability issues were not considered during inception. And a team has been put together, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that we get a sustainable way of maintaining, because some of them is not even bills, it is just an issue of maintenance. What we have proposed and are doing now in the ministry on the issue of public Wi-Fi, Mr. Speaker, is to give this Wi-Fi business to the young boys and girls where they are, for them to maintain on a small fee of about 5 shillings for anyone who wants to use this Wi-Fi. It's now undergoing public participation between the ministry and other involved parties, so that we may actualize the issue of making sure that public Wi-Fi hotspots are maintained by young Kenyan boys and girls where they are. So I envisage, Mr. Speaker, that by the end of the year, we should have about 10,000 public Wi-Fi hotspots working and running in those public areas. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of betting kutoka kwa Mheshimiwa Haji, nilisema katika taarifa niliyopeana hapa, Mheshimiwa Speaker, kuwa shida kubwa sana imetokezana na mambo ya betting, na 70% ya shida nyingi ambazo zinapatikana mitandaoni haswa zinakuja kulingana na mambo hayo ya betting. Tuna habari kwamba, Mheshimiwa Speaker, hata vijana wengine hushikia wamama nyumbani kisu, ampe 100 ili akaweze kwenda kufanya maneno ya betting. Kwa hivyo kipaumbele katika wizara yetu ya mawasiliano ni kuweza kufuatia sheria ambazo zimewekwa. Japokuwa changamoto, Mheshimiwa Speaker, ni kuwa kila sheria ikiwekwa na ni sheria nzuri, Wakenya hukimbia kotini haraka na kuweza kusimamisha. Lakini Mheshimiwa Spika, nipeane ahadi hapa katika bunge la Senate kuwa wizara itakabiliana na shida hizi zinaambatana na maneno ya betting vilivyo, ili tuweze kusaidia nchi yetu kusonga mbele bila shida hizi za betting controls. Mheshimiwa Speaker, on the other matter raised by the Honorable Katuri, a very serious concern, yes. Many of us have suffered. And this is what, Mr. Speaker, I expressed in my statement, that we already now have laws and regulations to be able to deal with this issue, especially one, the take-down part of it, which, Mr. Speaker, I have said we've been stopped by the current matter in court, and we hope that this matter will be cleared soonest for us to be able to take action. Also, Mr. Speaker, we have a committee between the ministry, the regulators, and the office of DPP to make sure that most of these cases are prosecuted ASAP. Again, we have a problem there because, as you know, our criminal procedure systems require certain procedures to happen as people are taken to for criminal prosecution, Mr. Speaker. From Senator Karongo, he asked, out of 224 cases of licensing, only 15 are fully licensed. The others are partially, I have explained there. But, Mr. Speaker, we've given the agencies 40 days to be able to make sure that those that are in the process of properly registering are registered within that period, without which their licenses should be cancelled, Mr. Speaker. And that is ongoing, Mr. Speaker. Senator Chisang asked on the issue of the 1,450 digital hubs and what plans we have. Mr. Speaker, we currently have trainings going on for young Kenyans who will be engaged as trainers to be taken into those digital hubs where they shall become trainers of trainers to train those that will be responsible for training young Kenyans who are using these digital hubs as platforms for digital economy. I want to tell the House that also recently we have engaged a company that is giving us 700,000 trainings to young men and women, which will be issued with certificates of online platform using. So the ministry is aware. We're also a little bit slow on the issue of completion of these digital hubs, and we have spoken to members of parliament to try and expedite the construction of these digital hubs. We currently are having devices to take to those that are ready, and this exercise is ongoing, and Senator Chesang, being the chair of the ICT committee, is very involved in the process of bringing these hubs to working. What was the other one? I think that's all, Mr. Speaker, unless I have missed any. But again, Mr. Speaker, as I said, I undertake to bring in, once we get the answer to get the proper questions, we shall bring in a substantive answer for each and every one of them. I submit.
Yes. Senator Kathuri, what's your intervention?
Honorable Speaker, I'm not sure whether you attempted to answer my question. So maybe you can do that before he leaves.
Mr. Speaker, this is the one that I said we're having issues on taking down those things that, for example, what I have seen that you referred to, because of the current court case. We are trying to lift that ban in court so that we can start doing it. But our hands are tied at the moment. But between us and the regulators and those that are involved, there is something the ministry is doing to make sure that we can put a stop to them before they are aired. And that is happening. Again, not trying to circumvent the matter that is before court, Mr. Speaker. But again, I said we shall try and make sure that you have comprehensive answers to each and every question. And we even ask those that had supplementary questions that they didn't ask, if they can be forwarded to the ministry, we shall be more than willing to answer, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Sears. You may now take leave. Honorable Senators, we will move to question number 027 by the Senator for Kisumu County, the Honorable Tom Onyonka. Honorable CS, welcome back to the Senate. We'll straight away go to question number 027 by the Senator for Kisumu County, the Honorable Tom Onyonka.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm Senator Beth Siengo, standing in for Senator Professor Onyonka. The question goes, could the Cabinet Secretary outline the measures the ministry has adopted to cushion small-scale traders against eroded profit margins caused by the rising cost of essential commodities? Part B, could the Cabinet Secretary clarify whether the ministry intends to expand access to affordable credit through the Hustler Fund, SACCOs, or other credit guarantee schemes for informal traders in Kisumu County, given that the current interest rates remain as high as 23 to 24%? Part C. What safeguards exist to ensure that women and youth traders who form the majority in Kisumu's informal markets are equitably included in these credit support programs? I submit.
Honorable CS, you may respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to respond to question number 27 by the Senator for Kisumu County. Honorable Speaker, on A, the ministry, through the state agencies, has implemented multiple initiatives to support and cushion small-scale traders against eroded profit margins caused by the rising cost of essential commodities. The ministry, through Micro Small Enterprises Authority, MSEA, has rolled out quite a number of targeted strategies and flagship projects aimed at enhancing MSME resilience, creating decent jobs, and positioning youth-owned enterprises as key drivers of inclusive economic transformation. Some of the intervention and measures include grants and affordable financing, market access platforms, capacity building, digital transformation, constituency industrial development centers, CIDCs, work sites in various markets, modern markets being built, cold storage facilities, formalization of MSMEs, and circular economy and value chains. For number B, Mr. Speaker, in order to ensure expanded access of affordable credit to all Kenyans, and particularly in Kisumu County, the Ministry of Cooperatives and MSME Development has expanded access to affordable credit through the Hustler Fund, which is available to all Kenyans 18 years and above, at the interest rate of 8% per annum for those who repay on time, and 9.5% for those whose loans are beyond 14 days. The ministry also, through Kenya Industrial Estates, promotes small and medium industries with a focus on rural industrialization. Kenyans, including Kisumu traders, and specifically those with focus on machinery, qualify for credit facility with an interest rate of 10% per annum. The ministry has also supported the development and growth of savings and credit cooperatives, SACCOs. SACCOs are key players in the realization of Vision 2030 and the Kenya Kwanza plan of bottom-up economic transformation agenda by mobilizing savings and credit uptake for investment. For C, Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Cooperatives and MSME Development through UWESO Fund aims to enhance the socio-economic empowerment of women, youth, persons with disabilities through entrepreneurship training, provision of affordable credit, market linkages, and mentorship. The program is delivered at the constituency level as a revolving fund whose activities are implemented by the respective constituency UWESO Fund Management Committee. The fund has provided affordable credit amounting to 197,984,000 to 2,212 groups, 1389 women groups, 745 youth groups, and 78 groups of PWDs. These groups have benefited with Kenya shillings 130,669,440 to women groups, 60,453,285 to youth groups, and 6,861,275 to PWDs groups. A total of 35,241 individuals have also benefited from the fund. The fund provides training of the beneficiary groups before they are issued with loans. So far, 82,659 beneficiary groups have benefited from these programs within Kisumu County, having 276 groups of youth and women who have been trained on business development services. This builds the skills of entrepreneurship and enables the groups to take advantage of procurement opportunities provided through access to Government Procurement Opportunities Act. Honorable Speaker, all these initiatives and many more have not fully addressed issues such as sector-specific support, associations alignment, and a comprehensive engagement structure. In order to continually address these gaps and provide a more holistic approach to supporting MSME in Kenya, the ministry has developed a platform that brings together both the public and the private sector with an objective of establishing an MSME development sector ecosystem for sustainable and socio-economic growth that is generated towards bringing all the stakeholders together through the Kenya Public-Private Sector MSME Dialogue, named MSME Connect. Already, the engagement with MSME have been done with 5 counties, with one held in Kisumu on 28 November 2025, with the participation of over 1,000 enterprises. This has provided an opportunity to all MSME in all counties to market their products, network, and contribute to the policy framework discussion while aligning the business owners to adopt a saving culture through the cooperative. Honorable Speaker, the ministry is also intentionally facilitating reliable markets for MSME goods and services through national, regional, and cross-border trade fairs, and as such expanding revenues, reduce risks, and generate jobs by enabling MSMEs to scale up. To this end, the ministry hosted the East African MSME Trade Fair from 7th to 16th November 2025 in Nairobi, which hosted over 5,000 participants across the 8 East African community countries, who exhibited their goods and services. During the trade fair, the ministry held a high-level ministerial meeting with discussions centered on access to finance, digital transformation, access to market, and green competitiveness. And thereafter, a declaration was announced and signed off by the stakeholders. Honorable Speaker, I thank you once again and I submit.
Senator Beth Siengo, do you have any supplementary question?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My supplementary question goes to the CS, and it's on Kitui County. Women and youth traders in Kitui County face exploitation by middlemen and brokers, and their SMEs are not supported. What interventions has the ministry put in place to protect them and take them through training for capacity building to enable them access markets directly, and affordable credit support programs as well? Thank you.
Senator Mungatana.
Thank you. Asante Bwana Spika kwa kunipa nafasi na mimi ni ulize swali. Waziri, swali langu ni kuhusu hizi senti ama pesa ambazo zinatumika kwa women empowerment na kusaidia wale ambao wanaishi na disability. Hii pesa katika Kisumu umesema ni milioni 197 na shilingi kadhaa. Sisi watu kutoka Tana River, ningependa kujua ni hela ngapi ambayo imeenda kwa kaunti yetu, kwa sababu wamama wengi wa masoko makubwa kama Garseni, Hola, Madogo wanalalamika kwamba hawapati hii mipango. Unasikiza zinatangazwa kwa serikali lakini hawaioni, alafu sisi tukienda tukiongelea tunaambiwa iko wapi. Kwa hivyo nataka kujua ni hela ngapi ambayo imefika kwa kaunti yetu ya Tana River. Asante Bwana Speaker.
Senator Edi Okech.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's good to see the CSC again today. Bwana CS, there has been a lot of challenges to SMEs in the recent past in the wake of flooding disasters, where you find that a place like Migori County, and even to some extent places like Budalangi, floods have wiped out the simple assets that small and medium enterprises depend on to do their businesses. It takes years for these small and medium enterprises to actually build these small assets to make sure that they can be able to progress with their businesses. What is the ministry doing to intervene, not with credit facilities, but with flexible capital, to intervene and help those traders in Migori Market or even in Kabuto and Sori, places like Budalangi in Western Kenya, so that these small traders can be able to regain their cadence in terms of doing their businesses just by acquiring simple assets to continue with their businesses, especially because even Met has said that in the next seven days, we are still going to experience the same kind of floods and rains that could even affect these markets that we have that are small in our communities. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Chiranke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it is good to see my neighbor, CS Oparanya. Mine is on the issue of Hustler Fund, Nyota Fund, Youth Fund. Mr. Speaker, he has indicated in response to the issue of access and the high interest rates on the commercial bank loans. My issue, Waziri, as a ministry, do you have intention either to waive these interests, to give them an holiday in terms of payment, or even cancel or absorb some of the loans, not only in Kisumu County, but across the country, Mr. Speaker? I yield back.
Senator Wakwabubi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. CS Oparanya, thank you for the presentation. And I would like to begin by appreciating you for empowering vulnerable groups in Bungoma County last week, in Bumula sub-county. We have got 8 more sub-counties to go, and also the entire Kenya, because I stand for all parties in the country. My question is this: what interventions is the ministry putting in place to stabilize prices of key commodities like fuel, electricity, transport, basic goods, and the issue of collateral security when these vulnerable groups come to seek for loans? and all those are affecting small-scale traders countrywide. Thank you. I yield.
Senator Muma.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Welcome, CS Paranya, to the Senate. My question is about the Hustler Fund. Honorable CS, among the first days you came here, you indicated that the default rate on the Hustler Fund was quite high. Would you kindly share with this House how much, in terms of percentage, we lost as a country in terms of bad debt relating to the Hustler Fund, and what lessons have been learned and can be shared countrywide openly in order for the future such funds to actually perform better?
Senator Mwenda Getaya.
Waziri, ningependa kujua, unajua huduma ya Fuliza ilianza kwa msisimko mkubwa sana. Lakini nimepata taarifa kwa wafanyikazi wengi, wafanyabiashara wengi sana wadogo ambao wanasema kwamba hiyo huduma imefifia. Sijui wizara yako iko na mpango gani ya kufufua hiyo huduma ndio wale wafanyabiashara ndogo waweze kunufaika kwa hiyo huduma.
Honorable CS, you may now respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Senator Siengo asked about how we are dealing with the small-scale traders in her region. Let me, Mr. Speaker, say here categorically that the interventions that I mentioned are countrywide. We do not segregate for a particular region. Organization of these groups, we sensitize them. We have officers all over the country who sensitize these groups, who are there to make sure that when these groups are together, they are registered under MSEA. That is the process we call formalization. And each sub-county has an officer from MSEA to ensure that those groups are put together, they are registered, and they are trained. After being trained, it is up to those groups to make sure that they apply facilities amongst the funds, the many funds that have been created by the government. Thereafter, if they get the funds, Mr. Speaker, then we go in to train them for financial literacy so that they are able to know how those groups would manage their finances. This we have done it countrywide, but as I mentioned, we have also the MSME Connect. This is a forum where we involve, as a government, we involve private sectors. People, there are private sectors who are also dealing with these small traders. We have NGOs who are there. So we are also putting them together so that we have a uniform way of dealing with these small traders in terms of encouraging them to come together, in terms of the curriculum when we are training them for financial literacy. Mheshimiwa Mngatana uliuliza mambo ya pesa kule Tana River. Ni pesa ngapi ambao tumeisaidia Tana River? Sasa sikujua utauliza swali kama hilo, lakini ukitaka ujue ile pesa ambao kupitia kwa hizi mipango ambao tunayo katika wizara, niko tayari baada ya hii tuende kwa ofisi, au kama siende kwa ofisi, niko tayari kuleta hiyo jibu kupitia kwa Mheshimiwa Spika. On the issue of Migori County, you talked of disaster. Disaster is a cross-cutting issue. It's very difficult to pin disaster on one particular ministry. And when we have disaster, mainly the Ministry of Internal Security plays a leading role. It is a multi-ministerial agencies come together to deal with disasters. So a portion that is applicable to my ministry, you are a portion and you see how to deal with it. And in most cases, you find also, if the disaster is not material, then you find that we leave that disaster to be dealt at the county level. So county governments have also a role to play. Being a governor of Migori, when we have minor disasters involving few traders, maybe floods along the river, maybe there are 4 or 5 of them, then it is important that your first contact should be the governor of Migori to help you. But if it is excess, then the national government comes into multi-agency. Mambo ya Hustler Fund. Hustler Fund, at the moment, it is a very successful fund, I can tell you. Over 27 million Kenyans are now borrowing and repaying a Hustler Fund. The senator says that we give them a holiday, that we waive. There's no free lunch. This money is given for these people to do business. And as you know, government does not do business. The government also sometimes borrows this money from elsewhere to make sure that they cushion these traders, and the government has to pay with even a low interest rate. However, Uwezo Fund is interest-free. Uwezo Fund, where we encourage groups to come together, work together, we train them. Those particular funds are interest-free, and I will encourage you members of the Senate to be very close to your members, especially those women groups and youth groups, to help them, sensitize them on what the government can do for them, because being their representative, you have more information, you are more knowledgeable than them. Now, on the issue of the nominated senator from Bungoma, thank you, Senator, for attending my functions when I was there, where facts have been misrepresented. But I thank you for coming. Stabilization of prices is something that cannot be approached for one ministry. It is a whole government approach. But the Ministry of Finance plays a key role in stabilizing monetary issues, fiscal issues. Also, the role of central bank is very critical. So it's not just an issue of one ministry. This a multi-ministerial, it's a national government entire approach. So this is not an issue that I can tell you that I can have the right answer for you. But what I can say as a ministry, we are just trying to cushion small businesses by making sure that they get credit, affordable credit from various funds created by the government, and this also improves in stabilization of prices to some extent, because their products are fairly priced to the people. On the issue of collateral, the issue of collateral has been an issue, especially when you talk about small traders who don't have fixed assets at the moment that they can use for collateral. And that's why the government has introduced Hustler Fund. With the Hustler Fund is a digital financing ecosystem that you do not need collateral at all. And Hustler Fund now, if you are a good borrower, you borrow and you repay. Now you have a limit of borrowing up to 150,000 shillings, which you can borrow at very low interest rate, but no collateral at all. I will encourage members of parliament here, the senators, to be part of the ecosystem of Hustler Fund. Because unless you are in need, then you cannot educate other members of your or members of your community. On the Hustler Fund default rate, usually when a new thing comes up, people rush to test to see what is in there. And this is what happened with Hustler Fund. Quite a number of people who came in, about 7 million came in, borrowed, and some disappeared. We have been talking to these people, and I can assure you that some of them have been able to pay. But it is not all lost. We are encouraging them that please pay, and when you pay, your credit limit is enhanced, and so you are able to borrow more. And in any case, if we want to follow them legally, we have the ID numbers, because the borrowing is attached to ID numbers, so all is not lost. I can say we have not lost, but there are small pairs. At the moment, the default rate is very, very low. Out of that, what is borrowed, 90% is paid within the expected period. Naye mheshimiwa Senator wa mwisho aliuliza mambo ya Fuliza. Unajua Fuliza haiko chini ya national government. Fuliza hiyo ni mambo ya Safaricom ambayo mimi sijui. Mimi mambo yangu ni Hustler Fund. Kwa hivyo ikiwa mambo ya Fuliza, nafikiria tulikuwa hapa na ule ICT CS angekusaidia kwa hayo. Mambo yangu ni Hustler Fund. So ukiwa na maswali ya Hustler Fund niko tayari kuwajibu. Asante.
We will now move to question number 35 by the nominated Senator Beth Siengo. However, before I allow the Senator to ask the question, allow me to make this communication. Now, honorable senators would like to acknowledge the presence in the Speaker's gallery this morning, of a visiting delegation of the former Kenya Planters Cooperative Union, KPCU, staff and farmers. The delegation is in attendance to follow the proceedings of the Senate in relation to question number 35 and 36 by the Honorable Senator Beth Siengo, MP, to the Cabinet Secretary for Cooperatives and Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises Development. On behalf of the Senate and my own behalf, I extend a warm welcome to the delegation and wish them a fruitful visit. Honorable Beth Siengo, as you rise to ask the question, you can extend a word of welcome to the delegation. You may proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I take this chance to welcome the guests who are seated to follow the proceedings and the answer to the questions that I've raised, because they are directly affected by this. Honorable Speaker, I come from Eastern Kitui County, and these great citizens of Kenya Majority of them come from Central. This is a message to say that Kenya is one. And we need a united country. Feel welcome. Follow the proceedings. I'm happy that you got time to be here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now going to my 2 questions. Honorable CS, who is also my friend. I have this concern for Kenyans who have served in this country, and they have been following their dues, as my question goes. Honorable CS, when will the ministry ensure payment of outstanding terminal dues to the laid-off staff of the defunct Kenya Planters Cooperative Union, KPCU, numbering 402, who were separated from service between 2002 and 2010, and who are owed approximately 400 million. B, could the Cabinet Secretary state whether the ministry has comprehensive payment schedule for settlement of the said staff dues, indicating timelines, amounts payable, and beneficiaries, and whether the schedule provides for interest accruing from the date the payments fell due, including timelines for payment of such interest. Honorable Speaker, I don't know whether I'll leave it at that because the following question is also mine.
Are they related so that the Honorable CS can take them at once?
Okay, let him respond to that, then I'll ask the second.
Honorable CS, you may proceed to respond.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I also want to also acknowledge the presence of the delegation from Eastern on this particular important issue. It shows how this particular answer is important to them. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I wish to respond to question number 35 by the Senator Petsienko, and my response is as follows. The ministry will settle the outstanding staff terminal dues amounting to Kenya shillings 528,691,304.81 under the COV debt waiver program in the second quarter of the financial year 2026-2027. For B, the ministry has a comprehensive payment schedule for settlement of the said staff dues. At the time of receivership, the staff terminal dues stood at 528,691,304.81. This comprised of a former MD and deputy MD at 12,371,448.10. General staff dues 7,896,687.55. Statutory liabilities 64,640,371, and staff creditors 340,438,017.86, and provision for court awards, legal costs and interest on staff dues of 103,344,584 and 66 cents. The outstanding staff terminal dues shall be paid under the coffee debt waiver program in the second quarter of financial year 2026-2027. And Mr. Speaker, I want to add and apologize that these payments have been outstanding for long, and I know the affected employees have really suffered. But I want to make a commitment here that we shall make sure that these payments are made as stated in my statement.
Very well, Honorable CS. Senator Beth Sengo, do you have any supplementary question?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I really appreciate the CS for his response. However, I have this supplementary. Some of the staffs have passed on, others who are sick are unable to access medical care, and other expenses such as food, shelter, and school fees. The ministry has been promising, as you have already indicated, Bwana CS, that you are going to pay. What guarantee is there that this matter will be concluded?
Bwana CS? No, that's my formula. Honorable CS, respond to the supplementary question. The prime supplementary question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to promise here that already this payment has been approved by the cabinet, and already it is going to be allocated in the coming financial year. The debt waiver was audited and established at 6.8 billion Kenya shillings. Out of that, Mr. Speaker, already the ministry has been given 2 billion Kenya shillings, and we are expecting 4.8 billion shillings, of which we have prioritized payment of this staff dues. And these matters arose because there was a receivership. And when there is a receivership, sometimes our hands are tied. We have to operate within the receivership regulation and laws, and that's why it has taken quite a bit to pay this particular staff. But let me guarantee you, Madam Siengo, that this amount will be paid as stated. Because this was a commitment by His Excellency the President when he promised to waive coffee debts, and these staff were lucky that part of the receivership amounts that were outstanding from the old KPCU amounting to 1.4 billion was included in that particular amount.
Let's get other supplementary questions. Senator Chelage.
Mr. Speaker, I extend a warm welcome to the suffering KPCU. Mr. Speaker, members, and I hope this matter can be. My only concern, Mr. Speaker, is that the minister, and I thank CS Oparanya because he's a very brief and to the point, and I hope other ministers will learn from him. So, Speaker, my only concern, he says there an outstanding of 528,691,304, but the end of the response there, the minister indicates that it has its coffee debt waiver program in the second quarter of financial year 2026-2027. My concern is the minister has not gone on record to indicate whether during the budget policy statement and financial and budget allocation is there. Because, Mr. Speaker, sir, if the budgetary allocation is not there, then this is just a statement. So how much was allocated to clear this 500 million plus? Some of them have died, some of them are sickly, some of them are depressed, Mr. Speaker, sir, and we don't want to subject Kenyans, Mr. Speaker, sir. They say if you want to know the strength of a nation, you know how they treat their most vulnerable in terms of need. So can the CS go on record and tell us the amount cited here has been allocated by the National Assembly in the financial year 2026-2027? I yield back, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Very well, Senator Wakwabubi, Consolata.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I happen to come from coffee growing region, and that's why I'll keep coming on stage to advocate for anything that relates to coffee. I have this supplementary question to CS Oparanya. I've been following you in various platforms advocating for people to plant a lot of coffee. Now that the pool is becoming vast, can you tell this House the long-term policy interventions the government will implement to prevent recurrence of unpaid terminal dues in parastatals and cooperative institutions undergoing restructuring? Thank you.
Honorable CS, answer. No, let's get this other one from Senator Bugwa.
Thank you, Speaker. CS, the question by Senator Siengo had initially asked for a figure of 400 million. And in your response, you are saying you are ready to pay 528 million. Could you provide a comprehensive list, even if it is not now, for these Kenyans to know that their names will not be missing when the payment time comes? Thank you.
Respond to the three supplementary questions, Honorable CS.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the first question, let me assure this House that, as mentioned earlier, the total figure that His Excellency the President committed himself to pay as coffee debts, of which 1.4 is included under the receivership of the old KPCU, 2 billion was already dispersed to the ministry by the Treasury this financial year. But the 2 billion went to pay for those coffee farmers who had borrowed from commercial banks because they were under stress to be auctioned. And that's why we gave those particular debts a priority when we use the 2 billion Kenya shillings. I want to assure this House, Mr. Speaker, that the coming financial year, we have already agreed with the necessary agencies that 2 billion will again be allocated to us the next financial year, 2026-2027, and I want to assure this House that the people, this staff have suffered enough, and they are going to get the first priority to be paid out of the 2 billion Kenya shillings. They will be the first one to be paid. And if they are not paid out of the 2 billion, I'm ready to be summoned here to be clearly here why I lied to this House. The other question by the senator, my sister from Bungoma, the issue of long-term intervention and paid payments. Mr. Speaker, as a ministry, we found out that there were weaknesses in governance in cooperatives and in circles. That's why some of these issues have been reoccurring year in, year out. As a long-term solution, the ministry has come up with a reviewed or revised cooperative bill 2025, which is already has gone through this House. It has also gone through the National Assembly, and now it is at mediation level. We are certain that if that particular bill is enacted, most of the weaknesses that we have been having in cooperatives will be sorted out. Issues of governance, issues of term limit, issues of supervision, they all have been addressed within that bill. Secondly, we have also the SACCO Societies Amendment Bill, which is already before the National Assembly, and it is on their way. They have gone through it. It is on its way to this House. And please, I plead with you that when it comes before you, look at it objectively so that we are able to pass it. And if the two bills, the mother bill and the SACCO bill, both of them pass, they will be able to resolve some of these issues. There will be non-payment because it mitigates against such issues. I think those are the three questions.
This one from Senator Chalgi.
The last one is the list of beneficiaries. I never carried. I have the list, and it can be availed. I have my colleague here who is supporting me from New KPCU. I want to direct him to provide that list of beneficiaries so that, Mr. Speaker, it can be forwarded to your office for the consumption of the Member of Parliament.
Senator Chalgi, what is your point of clarification?
Mr. Speaker, you know, I only want one commitment from the CS on budgetary allocation. He is saying there is 2 billion Kenya shillings, but he has not committed that out of 2 billion Kenya shillings, the amount of 500 plus million that should be allocated to declare these employees of KPCU, he has not met that commitment that in their allocation.
What he said, and I saw the former employees nodding and they were happy, is that he gave his commitment to clear the pending bill of the former employees first. First priority is to clear them.
Mr. Speaker,
I don't know whether my English and yours are the same and the English.
No, Mr. Speaker, you know, I went to the great school of Kapsawet boys, where it has produced 2 or 3 presidents of this country, including the current one. My only concern is he has said there is 2 billion that has been allocated to the ministry to look into this issue of coffee debt waiver. My only concern is he willing, as per the priority and schedule list of the beneficiaries of former employees, including, and Senator Siengo has put it correctly, including the estate of the deceased and the sick who cannot access those funds, including the administrators, so that any person who has passed on, the administrators or their beneficiaries can be able to benefit from the payout. That's not only my concern, but I appreciate with the way he's committed to resolve this matter once and for all in this financial year. I yield back, Mr. Speaker, sir.
I don't want to bring the CS on that matter back to the podium because this House has clearly absorbed its commitment, and it is on record that you will clear all the issues. And he has committed also to give the list to the representative of the KPCU members. So maybe what I can request is that the CS also has he has also said that he wants to be summoned again back to this house if he doesn't pay. So his commitment, and I know where he comes from, I know he is really committed, because my culture and his culture is almost the same. So when a man says, I commit, you take that as a gospel truth. And also the PS is aware, if we say yes, it is yes. A no is a no. So let's go to the next question, kindly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, question 36, 036. Could the Cabinet Secretary explain when the ministry plans to pay outstanding proceeds due to coffee farmers for coffee sold through the defunct Kenya Planters Cooperative Union, KPU, in the coffee pool year 2008-2009, amounting to approximately 60 million? B, could the Cabinet Secretary further explain whether the ministry has a payment schedule for the affected farmers indicating timelines, amounts, payable and beneficiaries, and whether the schedule provides for interest accrued from the date that proceeds fell due, including timelines for payment of such interest? Thank you.
Bwana CS will respond.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, let me on the onset say that such issues of delayed payment will never happen again. Since then, reforms have been undertaken. And now at the moment, those farmers who sell their coffee through the Nairobi Coffee Exchange get their payments within 5 days after the auction date. So, Mr. Speaker, that is a commitment, and those are reforms that has happened in the coffee sector all along. But, Mr. Speaker, I wish to respond to question number 36 by the Senator Siengo as follows. On A, the ministry plans to pay the outstanding balance of 56,392,928.87 cents proceeds due to coffee farmers for coffee sold through the Kenya Planters Cooperative Union, KPCU, in the coffee pool year 2008-2009 under the Coffee Debt Waiver Program in the second quarter of the financial year. Number B, the ministry has a payment schedule for the affected farmers. The outstanding amount to coffee growers in the coffee pool 2008-2009 was 56,392,928.87 cents. This is after the previous settlement of 50,667,514.99 cents, which means the total figure, Mr. Speaker, was over 100 million, and not only 60 million, out of which 56 million has been paid. There is an outstanding balance of 50 million. This amount is inclusive of interest at that time. The outstanding amount to coffee growers shall therefore be paid under the coffee debt waiver in the second quarter of the financial year 2026-2027. And I want to categorically state here that this question has similarity with the previous question, because this amount is part of the 1.4 billion owed to staff and various suppliers of the old KPCU, which has been included in the Coffee Debt Waiver program for the second quarter of 2026-2027, and I want to confirm that this amount has already been proposed for allocation in the budget of 2026, 2025, 2026, 2027 financial year.
Senator Beth Siengo, if you have any supplementary question, again.
Thank you. I think the clarity was on the year, the budgetary allocation, because he has mentioned two. So kindly, I would only request for that clarity. Which financial year?
Any other supplementary questions? Senator Chalagay?
Mr. Speaker, just further clarification on this payout to under KPCU and proceeds to coffee farmers. Waziri, if it is not of travel too much, there was a small matter also that happened with the old KCC and new KCC. So I really wanted to find out from other sectors apart from coffee. There was one, the non-payment of former KCC workers and payment to KCC, all KCC to farmers, if there is any other sector that needs to be paid, and whether the ministry has allocated. If you can provide now the response, or through the Speaker in the course of a few days, I'll be very grateful. I yield back, Mr. Speaker, sir.
I'm interested with the KPCU issues first. Senator Mandago.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, what I want is a confirmation from the Cabinet Secretary. The Cabinet Secretary says there is a proposal in the budget of 2026-27 financial year. Did the proposal from the ministry originate from the ministry, and does that specific figure as a priority for the ministry, Honorable Speaker, and whether there is any evidence to show that is actually in the proposal? When you look at this matter, it's a matter of 2008. We are now in 2026. Even the very farmers we are trying to pay, some of them, I don't know how they are going to receive that due, but probably when we offer offerings in the church, they will celebrate in heaven. So the few are still alive. They should be paid as soon as possible. So we want a confirmation and evidence that is actually in the budget. And it is upon the ministry to make sure that that allocation remains in the budget, and whether it is a priority in the budget.
Senator Mandago, unfortunately, you know, you have just come, but we really canvass that matter. But for the interest, since you are one of the key representatives from the lift, you'll just get an opportunity to just give you that surety. But he really committed himself to those figures. Any other member? No. So, Honorable CS, you can answer those two. And if you'll attempt to answer the KCC and the new KCC matter. Okay.
Thank you very much. I want to categorically state here that the financial year I'm talking about is 2026-2027, and that is where we have provided. Where it is now up to the National Assembly either to reduce or increase. Otherwise, where it has gone through the various stages, and we are hopeful that this figure of 2 billion will be in the final budget approved by the National Assembly, or allocated by the National Assembly. And as I've said here, I want to commit myself that this amount is part of the 1.4 billion that we are giving priority to have this matter of the old KPCU matter rest on the debts of the old KPCU, so that we are now able to deal with the new KPCU issues. On the issue of KCC, I'm not attempting to answer, but I can categorically say I have the capacity because I know what is happening. On new KCC staff, what happened, this issue is different from the old KPCU issue of staff, because these are staff dues which are direct there. But on new KCC, it involved even SACCO deductions. It involved those people who used to work with staff, in addition with those staff of the old KCC. Because now the new SACCO, the Maziwa SACCO is no longer there. What we have done, we have formed, through your directive of this House, we have formed an interministerial committee comprising the Ministry of Cooperatives and MSME, the Treasury, and the Labor, Ministry of Labor. 3 ministries, already a technical committee has met, and they have now an interim report that I will be presenting to this House through the proposals that have been made by the committee on how that particular amount owed to new KCC staff, to the old KCC staff, and also to the Maziwa SACCO that is now defunct.
We go to the next question, number 039, Senator for Nyandarua County, Senator Medhu. Senator Mohamed, in fact, you can ask on his behalf.
Yes, Your Honor, I was authorized by Senator Methu to ask this question on his behalf. Mr. Speaker, sir, could the Cabinet Secretary provide a justification? Sorry, question number 039, being asked by the Senator for Nyandarua County, Senator John Methu. Could the Cabinet Secretary provide justification for the suspension of SACCO societies registration in the country, and state whether public participation was conducted before the decision was taken? Number B, when will the registration resume? And C, what measures has the ministry put in place to mitigate against the adverse impact of the suspension on financial inclusion, savings mobilization, and access to affordable credit, especially among the youth who have already organized themselves under the proposed societies such as the Rise Up SACCO Society in Githurai 45, but are unable to obtain formal registration due to the suspension? Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Cabinet Secretary, please.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to respond to question number 39 by the Senator for Nyandarua County. For A, the ministry has noted the mixed performance of the savings and credit cooperative SACCO subsector. In order to reform this subsector, the ministry appointed a team of experts on 20th May 2025 to review the legal and institutional frameworks and other operational areas and come up with recommendations to assist the ministry to develop policies and guidelines towards the improvement or transforming of the sector. During the formal engagement of the Committee of Experts on SACCO sector reforms in May 2025, the ministry announced the suspension on the registration of new SACCOs. This decision was taken as a precautionary measure to safeguard members' interests and allow for a comprehensive review for the sector's regulatory and governance landscape. The reasons for suspension were as follows. One, to allow time to reform the legal and regulatory framework. Number two, to prevent the brand dilution and market saturation. Number three, to enable cleanup of existing SACCOs landscape. Number four, protection of member savings amid governance failures that have occurred in the sector. And number five, to align Kenya with global best practices. The suspension of registration of SACCOs was not a freeze, but a strategic pause to protect members, restore integrity, and lay the foundation for a resilient, well-regulated SACCO sector. It was to ensure that future SACCOs are not just registered, but ready to serve, govern ethically, and align with Kenya's financial inclusion goals and objectives. Mr. Speaker, Section 93 of the Cooperative Societies Act, Cap 490, provides that the Cabinet Secretary may from time to time direct the Commissioner for Cooperative Development on the exercise of his powers and duties under the Act, and hence this does not require public participation. For B, the Committee of Experts handed over its report on the transformation of the SACCO systems in Kenya just last month. This landmark report made a significant recommendation and if the recommendations are adopted, this is going to be a milestone in our collective efforts to build a SACCO system that is resilient, transparent, well-governed, and fit for the future. As a result, the registration of SACCOs has resumed, but under new administrative registration guidelines. For number C, the moratorium on the registration only related to SACCOs because of their financial mediation business involving collecting deposits from the public and offering the same as loans, which calls for government intervention to protect members' said deposits. As earlier stated, the registration of SACCOs has resumed, but under new administrative registration guidelines. It is important to note that many small SACCOs are registered all over the country to only provide back office service activity called BOSA, or otherwise known as non-deposit taking. Many of these are inactive and exist just on paper. Those that are active are neither stable nor financially viable because they serve just a few members with a limited impact on financial inclusion. Consequently, a time has come for the SACCO sector to explore market-driven solutions for consultations and mergers of these very small BOSA-only SACCOs. This is the only way to ensure their financial viability and stability. In this regard, officials of SACCOs operating within the same or similar traditional economic and social common bonds are being requested to immediately start conversation relating to mergers as a solution to their survival. This is the way to go in order to have a prosperous SACCO sector. The ministry shall issue guidelines to facilitate the amalgamation of the cooperative societies.
Senator Faki, do you have a supplementary question?
Sina swala la ziada, ni kutoa maoni tu kwamba kusimamishwa kwa uandikishaji wa vikundi vya SACCO, Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa sababu ya mikakati ya kurekebisha sheria za uandikishaji ni sawa na kuzuia watu wasiweze kuzaa, kwa sababu kuna baadhi ya wale watoto wanaozaliwa ni wahalifu. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, waziri amekubali kwamba wameanza kufungua. Kwa hivyo tuna matumaini kwamba SACCO zitaweza kuandikishwa kwa wale ambao hawajahusika na vikundi vya SACCO. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
Senator Mungatana, you have a supplementary question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, SACCOs are very, very famous as instruments of doing business in the matatu industries. And people are investing in this business every single day. Many, many people, because it's a necessity for many Kenyans who go to work and back home, and others who go to further up country. So, Mr. Speaker, it was quite sad to hear that the minister has suspended the registration of new SACCOs, and although he has explained a good reason for doing so, and which we accept, what we needed are clear timelines. Like, Kenyans now listening to him would want to know exactly when is it that they can now resume registration, because people are buying vehicles every day, and people don't want sometimes to go to established SACCOs, especially in certain routes, because those SACCOs, as you well pointed out, Waziri, some of those SACCOs are very badly managed. You have agreements with them, the owners of the vehicles are not paid on time, management is not good, the workers are not disciplined, and that investment doesn't pay. So what we wanted to know is, when are you, what is the timeline, what is the framework for telling Kenyans that this is the time now you can go and register new SACCOs in those different lines for matatus to operate? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you very much. Lile swali la kwanza, wakati niliingia kwa ofisi, wale ambao wanaendelea kusikiza mambo ya SACCOs katika nchi hii, mnakumbuka ya kwamba wakati huo tulikuwa na lile shirika la KUSCO, ambao pesa mingi za wananchi zilipotea, karibu bilioni 13. Wakati huo pia tulikuwa na shirika la Metropolitan kule Kiambu, ambako bilioni 7 wananchi zilipotea. Kwa hivyo nikiwa waziri singeweza kukaa tu na kuangalia pesa za wananchi zinapotea. Ndio kwa sababu tuliwaamua kama wizara tuangalie ni nini suluhisho la ambalo linaweza kusaidia pesa za wananchi zikiwa kwa sako siwe zinaangaliwa vizuri. Ndio nikaja na hiyo kamati ya expert ambayo imeleta recommendation nzuri. Pili, tulisema tuko na kwa register ya SACCOS katika nchi hii tuko na SACCOS 14,000, 14,000. Na ukiangalia zile ambazo zinaleta returns ni chache sana. Kwa hivyo niliamuru commissioner wa cooperative aandike barua kwa hizi SACCO zote silete returns. Kwa hizo 14,000 karibu 2,000 peke yake ndio zimeleta returns. Ni kuonyesha ya kwamba zingine ziko tu kwa majina lakini asifanyi kazi yoyote. Na zikiwa hivyo, tuko na wananchi wengine walakai ambao wanatumia zile inactive SACCOS kuchukua pesa kutoka kwa wananchi. So ile kondia ambayo mimi nimechukua ni kuona ya kwamba pesa za wananchi ambazo ziko kwa SACCOS zinatunzwa vizuri. On the issue of issue raised by Mheshimiwa Mungatana on registration of SACCOS, on the timeline, I've said already that now we have new guidelines. And the new guidelines are very clear. For anybody who wants to register, there are now new guidelines. One, you must show that you have their specific promoters. Who are the promoters of this SACCO? Is there a bank account? And if the bank account is there...
Cabinet Secretary, there is an intervention from Senator Mandago who wants to seek a clarification on an initial answer.
Yes. Mheshimiwa Speaker, mimi nasimama kuuliza kulingana na kanuni za kudumu za bunge. Ukianza kujibu swali kwa kutumia lugha moja, unafaa kutumia lugha hiyo mpaka ukamilisha. Waziri ameanza kwa kujibu swali kutumia Kiswahili. Je, ni sawa akifika pale katikati aende kwenye Kiingereza ili hali wananchi wakulima walikuwa nafuatilia kwa Kiswahili?
Senator Mandago, nitakujibu mwenyewe hiyo swali. Swali alikuwa anajibu ni ya Senator Mohamed Faki na aliuliza kwa Kiswahili. Ndo akaamua kumjibu kwa Kiswahili. Senator Mungatana aliuliza kwa Kiingereza. Ndo anamjibu kwa Kiingereza kwa vile anafuata kanuni ya bunge. Na lazima ukumbuke waziri alikuwa mbunge.
Thank you for
anajua sheria.
Me. And Mr. Mandako is taking me as a layman. He knows my experience in this house. I think he was just pulling my leg. Yeah. And Mr. Speaker, thank you for protecting me. I've said now, for those who want to register a SACCO, they must have promoters, they must have a bank account, and that bank account must at least have 10 million Kenya shillings. To show some viability, they must be proper bylaws, and they must complete application forms and take to the relevant director of cooperatives at the county level the conditions that we have put in place to make sure that we have serious institutions that will be taking care of the interests of the members. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, I want to commit myself that those SACCOs now can be able to register, having fulfilled the conditions that are pointed here, are able to register immediately, so long as they satisfy those conditions.
We'll take 2 supplementary questions from Senator Kamar, and then followed by Senator Murango.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity First, I want to thank the Minister for the questions that he has given from earlier in the day and the assurance that he continues to give this House that he is ready even to come back. Mr. Speaker, I want to assure this House that Moi University Circle has been revived, courtesy the Minister's promise to this House, and we really want to thank him for that. In fact, the registration certificate is out already. I just want to ask the Minister two clarifications. One is that cooperative societies are actually, except for policy, devolved. And if they are devolved, what role did the county governments play in this new, did they have their own? Because public participation really, from the questioner, is not for us or for anybody else, but for county governments to participate because of the way county governments do their things, that they must have public participation. Were they involved in any way, or are they being inducted at all? Are they aware already as CECs of cooperatives or chief officers of cooperatives, so that we don't go for the same mistakes? Number two clarification is 2,000 out of 14,000 having responded is a very low figure, as you have said, Waziri. But I'm wondering, what are you doing with the balance? Are you writing letters to them, warning letters, or what is it that's going to happen to make them respond? Because they are still there on the ground. Are we going to have a session for them to come back, or are they going to re-register? Thank you.
Asante Mr. Speaker. Okay. Swali ambalo ningetaka kumuuliza waziri ya kwanza ni kabla ya kuvunjilia mbali kuandikishwa kwa vyama vya akiba na mikopo. Kuna kitu moja ambao naona inakuwa makosa makubwa, kwa sababu Mr. Speaker, huwezi choma gara kwa sababu panya ameingia kwa gara. Kuna wale wahusika wakubwa, najua wako hata Kirinyaga, ambao bado tunangojea majibu, kama Mwitevia Rural Sacco ambao walipotea na pesa za umma, Roma Cooperative ambao walipotea na pesa ya umma. Lakini sababu kubwa ya watu kujiandikisha kwenye vyama vipya vya ushirika na vyama vya akiba na mikopo ni kwa sababu vile vyama wako navyo tayari havina uwazi. Kuna wizi katika vile vyama. Na pia niseme kwamba pia kumekuwa na utepetevu, kwa sababu katika ofisi yako waziri ni kwamba si lazima mngojee mpaka vyama vya ushirika waimbe pesa za umma, na tunajua pia kuna sasra mojawapo ya taasisi ambazo zinafaa kuangalia hizi vyama. Alafu wakija wakifanya ubadhirifu wa pesa, mnakuja mnafunga kuandikisha. Mstahiki Speaker, hiyo ni sawasawa tu na mtu akona ugonjwa wa kuhara, lakini kuliko utafute ndawa ufikirie kushona mahali shida inatokea. Kwa hivyo ningeuliza waziri, ni lini tutawajibika vizuri tuhakikishe kwamba wananchi hawapati shida kwa sababu ya vyama vya ushirika na vyama vya akiba na mikopo bila kufunga njia ya haki na kisheria ambayo wamepewa kuandikisha vyama? Hiyo ni swali la kwanza. Na la mwisho, Mr. Speaker, nikipitia, hii ni maoni yangu tu, kwa sababu najua waziri ni rafiki yangu na alikuwa Kirinyaga juzi juu ya vyama vya ushirika na matatizo tulio nayo kwa sababu ya ndeni ya kahawa. Waziri, ukienda tukumbuke. Asante Mr. Speaker.
Senator Murango, nataka nikupe nafasi ubadilishe lile neno ulisema kwa kutumia lugha ambayo inafaa ndani ya bunge. Na mimi najua unajua Kiswahili iko neno mingi ya hiyo maradhi ulisema mtu akiwa naye.
Mr. Speaker, unajua kwenye mwili ya binadamu kuna viungo tofauti tofauti. Sijui kwa nini tunaona aibu, tunataja mdomo, tunataja mapua, lakini tukifika sehemu zingine tunaona aibu. Mr. Speaker, hata kwa kamusi hilo neno liko na sikulitaja, nimepeana.
Senator Murango, sikusema usimame na ufafanue ile kitu ulisema. Nimekuambia ubadilishe kwa kutumia lugha ambayo ni ya bunge.
Mr. Speaker, neno gani hilo Mr. Speaker? Sababu sikutaja.
Usinifanye nirudie Murango, Senator Murango, unajua vizuri sana ile lugha, ile neno na kuambia ubadilishe.
Nikumbushe, naomba Mr. Speaker nikumbushwe kwa sababu sikumbuki nikisema jambo lolote ambalo sifai kutumia. Mr. Speaker.
Mkumbushe Senator Mandago.
Unajua mstahiki Speaker, seneta wa Kirinyaga anajaribu kucheza mchezo wa paka na panya. Ulitoa mfano ya ugonjwa wa kuendesha, lakini neno ambalo nilitumia si kuendesha. Hilo neno ndio tunafaa sasa urekebishe.
Mstahiki Speaker, nitambadilisha jina kuhara niseme kuendesha, lakini kuhara na kuendesha maana ni sawa. Mstahiki Speaker.
Sawa Murango. Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Kamar, for appreciating what we did for the Moi University SACCO. I think now it has been revived. And as a senator of that region, I hope you put your interest there so that that SACCO is able to serve the people of the university. Now, we acknowledge here that cooperatives are devolved. As you know very well, there are cooperatives that operate within a county, and there are also cooperatives that operate beyond the boundaries of one county. So there are county cooperatives, and there are also county national cooperatives that operate throughout the country. So this was a challenge, because you can't have a national cooperative being subjected to 47 county laws. It will create a problem. So these are some of the issues that we have now addressed in the new cooperative bill. And the new cooperative bill has clearly defined the responsibility of the county governments and the responsibility of the national government. It has also assigned roles clearly, and the types of cooperatives have also been segmented in terms of primary cooperatives, secondary cooperatives, and federal cooperatives, and apex cooperatives, where secondary and primary cooperatives operate within the county, national cooperatives, federal cooperatives operate nationally, and apex cooperative at the national level. So the two, apex and federal, have been assigned to the national government, and the primary and secondary have been assigned to the county government. So the roles are now very, very clear. Now, the issue of 2,000 versus 14,000. What the ministry is going to do, it will put in the newspapers the 2,000 SACCOs that have responded by making sure that their returns are up to date. And they will give 30 days to the balance of 12,000 to respond. If they don't respond in 30 days, we'll assume they are either inactive or they are not there, they are not operating, and therefore they will be clearly deregistered, and will therefore conduct the Association of Bankers to make sure that if any of those ones are holding bank accounts elsewhere in any of the banks, then the banks, those bank accounts should be closed so that they are not misused in future to defraud innocent people their hard-won wealth. So that is what we are doing, Mr. Speaker. Mambo ya wizi wa pesa katika SACCOS. Hapa awali nilisema ya kwamba wakati niliingia wizara tulikuwa na mambo mengi ambayo ilikuwa inaendelea kwa mambo ya Cusco, kwa mambo ya Metropolitan, mambo pesa mingi zilipotea kule Cusco bilioni 12, kule Metropolitan bilioni 7. Ni mpaka lazima tuwe na njia ya kuona ya kwamba wananchi wakiweka pesa zao katika sako, hizi pesa zinatumika vile inatakikana. Ndio kwa sababu tulionelea, kwa sababu pesa ziliendelea kupotea na tulikuwa na complaints nyingi, mabarua nyingi kutoka kwa sekta fulani, ndio tukaamua wacha tuangalie, tustopishe, tulete kamati ambayo itaangalia experts. Nikapata hao wataalam wa kuangalia hata mambo, nilipata hata wawili kutoka kule ng'ambo wasaidie sisi hapa, na pata Wakenya wako ambao wamesomea haya mambo. Nikawaweka hapa watu 5 kuangalia haya mambo, na sasa hivi wameleta report ambayo itasaidia sekta hiyo. Ndio kwa sababu tulisimamisha, na hapa awali nimesema tayari tumeanzisha usajili wa wale ambao watakuwa wanafuata zile ambazo zinatakikana, na nina hakika ile SACCO amendment ikija hapa, itakuja hapa, iko katika National Assembly, ikifika hapa muiangalie kwa makini, kwa sababu tunataka tulinde mali ya wananchi. Ni hiyo ndio kazi ya wizara. SASRA ilikuwa na mamlaka ya SASRA ilikuwa limited, yani SASRA ilikuwa iangalie wale SACCOS ambao wana mali ya milioni 100 kwenda mbele. Ile recommendation ambayo imekuja sasa imesema shilingi ikiwa kwa banki na shilingi ambayo iko kwa cooperative siko sawa. Kwa hivyo mamlaka ya SASRA sasa imepanuliwa ili iangalie cooperative zote. Hakuna iangalie ile ya 100 peke yake na iwache hizi zingine, kwa sababu shilingi ni shilingi. Hata ikiwa kwa cooperative kubwa, ikiwa kwa SACCO kubwa, ikiwa kwa SACCO ndogo, shilingi ni shilingi. Asanteni, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. We'll take the last batch of questions, starting with Senator Kinyo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Cabinet Secretary has indicated that over 10,000 SACCOs risk being deregistered. Mr. Speaker, that one will lead to less competition, which will consequently bring about higher interest rate on the loans, but low interest rate on the savings of members. What is the Cabinet Secretary going to do to caution the good Kenyans? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Next question by Senator Nyutu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I refer to the answer by the CS for part A of the question, where he says that as a justification for suspension of SACCO registration, Mr. Speaker, that under 2, it was prevention of broad dilution and market saturation, where he continues to say that there was a proliferation of under-resourced and poorly managed entities. My concern, Mr. Speaker, is that if we know SACCOs that started very humbly, like Equity Bank started at a very small SACCO. So if we make it a condition that it has to be over-resourced, because he talks about under-resourced SACCOs, then we will risk having, investors with humble beginnings from being registered and therefore kill their dreams, Mr. Speaker. And finally, Mr. Speaker, any SACCOs that have been closed and have actually sunk members' savings, like some two of them in Kirinyaga, Muitaidia SACCO and Roma SACCO, Cooperative SACCO. Exactly what is the guarantee that the CS is giving that members who had saved with these SACCOs will receive their funds, and are you taking legal action against such offenders? Because to seek people's money is an offense. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mandago.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I would like to ask the Cabinet Secretary, now that there's a report of the task force that was looking at the legal framework and the reforms in the SACCO sector, Honorable Speaker, have they sensitized the cooperatives on the new legal framework as the stakeholders in that sector, Honorable Speaker, of the report?
The last question by Senator Gerard Gay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, just my supplementary question on the issue of suspension of registration of cooperative by the minister. I wanted to get further clarity that he stated Section 93 and the powers of the minister, and Section 93 and 93A of Cooperative Society Act 490. Looking at the powers of the minister, one of them does not involve power to order suspension of cooperative society. So my only supplementary on registration of SACCOs, my only supplementary is, where did the cabinet minister get the legal powers or president to order suspension and registration? Because looking at other powers of even the commissioner and powers of the minister, maybe you can clarify that. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Gerard Gay, maybe just to put us all on the same page, what are the powers given to the Cabinet Secretary?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Looking at Section 93, it says, of Cooperative Act 490, the minister may at any time or any other director commissioner to exercise of his powers and duties under this act. Section 93A, other powers of the commissioner, without prejudice to any other powers under this act, the commissioner may call for elections in any cooperative society, A. B, attend meetings of a cooperative society and require every society to send him at a proper time notice and agenda of every meeting and all minutes and communications in respect thereof. C, require the societies update their bylaws. And D, finally, exercise such other powers consistent with this act as may be prescribed. So of all this power of the minister and commissioner, there is nowhere that he has the power and authority to, legally under this act, to order suspension or cancellation or removal of the SACCOs. Maybe you can clarify.
Senator Gerard Gay, CAP 490, as described by the Cabinet Secretary. Can you refer to that? CAP 490.
Yes, it talks about the power of the minister. That is the Cooperative Societies Act, and if the new cooperative, he keeps referring to the new cooperative, unless and until the new Cooperative Act bill is signed into, then we can now refer to that. So I needed that clarity, because the bill is yet to be assented by the President. It is in mediation, and I thank the minister, who is a seasoned politician, a former member of parliament, a cabinet minister, a political party luminary. I wanted to find, is it hard for him to tell us which power is it using? Is it the power on the bill or the act itself? That is my only clarity, Mr. Speaker. Yes, in fact, Senator Murango, who opens the doors for the people of Kirinyaga, is the one leading the mediation.
Thank you, Senator. Cabinet Secretary, you may respond.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On the question raised by Honorable Kinyua, Senator Kinyua, I've clearly said that as provided for in law, and this this law was, the Cooperative Act was established in the 70s. Things have changed. Within that law, it provides that any 10 people can come together and form a cooperative or form a SACCO, 10 people. And looking at what has been happening all along, all these years, over 30 years, over 40 years, most cooperatives that were formed by such a small number have collapsed. That is the experience. So we are talking from evidence. Even if the law provides for 10 at the moment, but we are saying now things have changed, 10 is not viable. And that's why we can say out of 14, only 2 are active. And we have noted that when elections are around the corner is when registration go up. During that time, there is also a rambase being conducted for SACCOs. The time you hear of a rambase, because a SACCO should be a self-sustaining institution. The time you hear of a rambase, know that that SACCO will never survive after the election. As responsible citizens of this country, we must guard resources of innocent members who come together to form a SACCO. And this is the essence of what we are saying. So we are saying SACCOs are all over. They have opened boundaries. They are not tribalistic. So you can join a SACCO any corner of this country. Nowadays they are digital. They are digital. So you can join any SACCO. And then we are saying, come together for economies of scale. And as a ministry, we are providing guidelines if you decide to come together. We are saying all SACCOs must now digitize. How do you digitize when you have no capacity? You have only 500 shillings in the bank account, and you are waiting for a rambase to be conducted. We must be serious. Because these things going on that we are now empowering SACCOs, those things after elections, there will be nothing. So if we want to empower, let's empower women groups. Call them groups, but don't call them SACCOs. So I've looked at these issues very critically, honorable members. And that answers even the next question, because the next question asks what guarantee. These people have lost money. This is part of the reforms that are coming up. These are part of the reforms we are bringing. We are creating the post-guarantee fund, that those SACCOs that will go under genuinely, like what happens to the banks, there will be guarantee fund that will be managed independently, that will be able to be used to make sure that your deposits are refunded to you as the receivership proceeds. That is part of the guarantee that we have. So support that motion when it comes here. On reforms, this committee of experts went in the entire 47 counties and listened to cooperative members, listened to cooperative officials. So what they have recommended to the ministry is actually from the people, from the cooperatives at the grassroots. At the same time, the National Assembly and the Senate, you have a chance also to go for public participation on the issues that have been raised. So to me, that will be enough sensitization. If it has been done by the Committee of Experts, it will be done by the National Assembly, and possibly it will be done by this House. That will be enough sensitization on reforms that we are bringing. On the issue raised by the Mheshimiwa on the powers, if you read clearly, who registers the circles? It is the Commissioner of Cooperatives. So you can have powers to register, and you don't have powers to stop. The powers I used, and I've said clearly, I directed the Commissioner, and the law, Section 93, gives me powers to direct to the Commissioner on performance of his duties, which means if the Commissioner has overlooked something, I have the powers to direct him to look at that particular thing. So those are the powers that I used. And powers are not one way. Powers are two way. So you cannot register and not be able to deregister. Thank you.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. There being no further questions, we shall allow the CS to take leave. Cabinet Secretary, we thank you very much for your time, and we wish you all the best in your duties. Karibu sana. Clerk, next order.
Order number 8, motion, reports of the Kenya delegation to the sittings of the Pan-African Parliament committees and other Pan-African Parliament organs held at Gallagher Convention Center, Midrand, South Africa on 13th September 2024 and 20th September 2024.
Senator Mungatana.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me the floor. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the motion that the Senate notes the reports of the Kenya delegation to the sittings of the Pan-African Parliament committees and other Pan-African Parliament organs held at the Gallagher Convention Center in Midrand, South Africa on 13th September to 20th September 2024 and 28th October to 17th November 2024, laid on the table of the Senate on the Tuesday, 2nd December 2025. Mr. Speaker, this motion speaks to two reports, two sittings that we held in South Africa to represent the Pan-African Parliament as a Kenya delegation. Mr. Speaker, the Kenya delegation comprises of 3 members from the National Assembly and 2 members from the Senate. As required by the Pan-African Parliament rules, it is balanced between the side of government and the side of opposition. It is balanced on the gender question. In fact, Kenya is doing very well when it comes to female representation of that delegation of 5. Mr. Speaker, there are 5 members from each of the 55 countries that sit in Pan-African Parliament. Some of the members have been suspended because as soon as your country experiences a military coup or there is an unconstitutional change of government, then that country is suspended from all organs of the AU, including the Pan-African Parliament. Mr. Speaker, these 2 reports are extensive, and I know members of this House have had opportunity to interact with the material. But in general, Mr. Speaker, just like any other parliament, when we go there, we debate on various issues. And also, Mr. Speaker, we belong to different committees, and we operate just like any other parliament that would do its business in a sitting of the assembly. So, Mr. Speaker, we debate various things. We debate various issues affecting Africa. We are the voice of the people of Africa. And, Mr. Speaker, ordinarily, the people of Africa have the heads of states who meet in Addis Ababa to make executive decisions on behalf of the people of Africa. But in those executive decision-making processes in Addis Ababa, there is hardly any provision for debates. But, Mr. Speaker, when we come to Johannesburg in Midrand, where the African Parliament is located, we debate and pass motions, pass legislation that is supposed to help Africa move forward. Mr. Speaker, for the two reports, there are extensive issues that have been raised, but I want to focus on the African trade, continental trade area. Mr. Speaker, in both reports, the question of establishing a free trade area through Africa that was passed by the heads of states, the protocol passed and endorsed by almost all African states in record time. Mr. Speaker, this is a continuing focus for us in terms of debates at the Pan-African Parliament. So one of the things that we have debated in both, it's a running theme, in both of these reports, is the need for Africa to increase its intra-Africa trade. As we speak right now, Mr. Speaker, a lot of African states, they do more business with Europe, more business with America than within Africa itself. So one of the questions that we have debated and we have concurrence on in both reports is the fact that African countries need to develop structures that will ensure that trade within Africa is promoted and increased. Mr. Speaker, many of us will remember the time that Kenya was taking coffee to Ghana, and it took more than 3 months, Mr. Speaker, from the time the president flagged it off here in Kenya for it to be received in Accra. And this is because connectivity between Kenya and Accra is a problem. For a normal person who wants to trade with Accra, who wants to trade with Nigeria, with Sierra Leone, connectivity between here on the eastern side of Africa all the way to the western side of Africa, if you're not using aeroplanes, it becomes very difficult because there's a dense forest in between and transportation is a challenge. So, Mr. Speaker, in terms of making a reality the increase of trade, the Parliament of Africa has sent us here as one of their recommendations that in passing legislation within our countries, both at the national level and even at the county levels, we must take into consideration the fact that we need to create structures and infrastructure that will allow movement of goods and movement of persons within Africa to be increased. And we, as members of parliament, from the northern side to the southern side of Africa, to the eastern and western and central side, because we divide ourselves into those 5 caucuses, we have a concurrence on this, that when we come back home, one of the most critical things for us to do is to advance the fact that infrastructure for Kenya should be enhanced so that we can have connectivity with other African countries. And this will be done in this manner, Mr. Speaker. We appreciate what the government is doing right now in the Northern Corridor. We appreciate what the government is doing with the plan to create the connectivity and expand SGR all the way to Malaba. Because, Mr. Speaker, it will mean that people who are trading from Kenya, they can go efficiently to Uganda. And equally, Mr. Speaker, we have, as a nation, opened our skies so that African nations and African nationalities who come to Kenya, you do not have to, apply for visas before you come to Nairobi. You come and you get your visa while you're here. We have made it easier, and Kenya is leading in this direction. So that in this country now, you have many, many people who are from different African nations living here and making a life in this country. So, Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to urge the Senate to note the contents of this report and take it with us, Mr. Speaker, that in the African Parliament, we want to increase trade, intra-Africa trade. We want trade to flourish, and we want that when we are passing legislation, we have the Africanness within us to make sure connectivity is possible from one state to another and to increase the amount of trade within Africa. Mr. Speaker, with those many remarks, I beg to move, and I would ask the Honorable Senator Cherarke to second this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Cherarke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll try to be as brief as possible as I second this report by Senator Danson Mungatana, the leader of delegation, alongside his colleagues, the two reports that were between 28 October and September 2024. So, Speaker, it's very interesting because as Africa, we are having great opportunity. So, Speaker, this comes as the 2 days end of Forward Africa, where the President Macron and His Excellency President William Ruto co-hosted more than 30 heads of states that were in KICC just across to discuss the role of Africa. And I'm happy the IPU and most of the issues that Senator Danson Mungatana has captured in his two reports basically looks in what the discussion we were having in Forward Africa Summit. And we celebrate the President, Dr. William Ruto, and the President Macron of France, and other 30 heads of state. And I remember, Mr. Speaker, because I'll be very brief, I saw the CNN reporter, Larry Madao, was asking that African state was someone, but I like the response of President Akilema Akainde, responded that it is not France that summoned African states. This is the partnership in terms of agriculture, in terms of trade, in terms of good governance, in terms of peace, security, and stability, in terms of cooperation and development, Mr. Speaker. And I agree with Senator Mungatana when he says we need to improve on trade between African states. And that is why he said it takes 3 months to travel here to Ghana. Yet when we are traveling to London or America, it's within 24 hours, Mr. Speaker. So I want to celebrate the IPU, Parliamentary African Parliament, for this wonderful report. It is, we noted, Mr. Speaker, improve even cooperation among regional economic communities, Mr. Speaker. So as a country, I think Kenya is now well positioned in terms of local trade and international trade, Mr. Speaker. And as Kenyans, we must come together. It's about the country, Mr. Speaker. And I miss Baba Raila Amolo Odinga, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, that whenever, even despite that he was an opposition leader, when the issues of international concern came, Mr. Speaker, sir, Baba Raila Amolo Odinga would show up and be part of the conversation about the country, Kenya. It is tragic that the current crop of opposition leaders, led by the impeached deputy president, Mr. Speaker, yesterday tried to demean the international conference to reduce it to village matters, Mr. Speaker. And for us who understand him, you know, his thinking cannot go beyond village mentality. And that is why he thinks around Wamunyoro only. He's suffering from what we call villagitis syndrome, Mr. Speaker. Because yesterday, he demeaned the status of Kenya, discussing about issues when United Nations Secretary General Guterres is in the country. We are discussing about the stability of Horn of Africa. We are discussing about trade, Mr. Speaker. But this limitation of village mentality, Mr. Speaker, has made him to think that everything revolves around his village somewhere in Wamunyoro. In fact, not internet. I don't know whether he knows where Garissa is, Mr. Speaker, or any other part of this, but they must be called out, Mr. Speaker. I was even surprised that he didn't even attend a side event of even addressing, Mr. Speaker, the embassy staff, let alone a diplomat. He could not meet even an embassy staff, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, he should have even met an embassy staff, even on the sideline, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with those many remarks,
I just wanted to inform you that we shall extend the sitting so that we can conclude with this motion.
Okay.
Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was just bringing the point home and hot by saying even as an opposition leader, for the last 2 years, he has not met even one embassy staff, let alone a diplomat, Mr. Speaker. How do you want to be a leader of a country if you don't know how international relations operate? And therefore, I hope Senator Mungatana will find time and engage some of his opposition leaders who don't know what their role is, Mr. Speaker. And we respect the president. If we have differences at the local level, that one can be handled issues of politicals, Mr. Speaker. But when it comes to the international fora, we must sit as a country. And Kenya now, and we want to thank the president, in 63 years, no president like William Ruto has held international summit, including the one for African Climate Change Summit. Mr. Speaker, he has now hosted the African Forward, co-hosted by France. Mr. Speaker, President William Ruto will be going for G7 towards the end of this year to represent the position of Africa in terms of trade, economic situation, stability, food security, Mr. Speaker. No president has ever done that. This is a president that is God-sent, Mr. Speaker, and I know from where you sit, you are old enough to know when the country is working. And we celebrate the president for giving the best foot forward, Mr. Speaker, including the nice-looking State House. Nowadays, it's looking better for international engagements, Mr. Speaker. So on this report, I want to appeal that as a parliament, let us take lead. We note, as Senator Mungatana said, let us take lead in food security, issues of trade, issues of good governance, transparency, accountability, and human rights issues, Mr. Speaker. In the interest of time and to allow my colleagues also to comment, I beg to second this report and request the House to note the contents of these two reports. I yield back the mic, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Senators, I propose the question that the Senate notes the reports of the Kenya delegation to the sittings of Pan-African Parliament, committees, and other Pan-African Parliament organs held at the Kalaga Convention Center in Midrand, South Africa on 13th September to 20th September 2024 and 28th October to 17th November 2024, laid on the table of the Senate on Tuesday, 2nd December 2025. It is time to debate. Senator Kamar.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. May I start by thanking our leader of delegation to the Pan-African Parliament, the Honorable Senator Dr. Mungatana. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank him for the very detailed report that he has given. I just want to add one thing in 2 minutes, Mr. Speaker, if you allow, and that is on the energy insecurity in Africa. That was one of the major topics when we had the committee sessions in September 2024, as reported in this. Energy insecurity in Africa has caused a lot of problems because industrialization cannot proceed. I bring this and actually request members even to read the full report because it's going to enrich their own knowledge about what is going on in the Pan-African Parliament and the importance of the Pan-African Parliament. Some members may not really know as much, and this is the only way we can let them know through these reports, and I really want to urge them to read. In the sector of energy insecurity, Mr. Speaker, we had a very detailed report on the importance and the fact that legislation has to be improved at the national level, and we should be doing that even in this House to make sure that legislation frameworks are put in place to make sure that we are energy secure as a continent. I want to congratulate the success of the African Forward Summit that just ended the other day. Congratulate the President and the team and his colleague from France for coming up with one solution that might actually be the deal breaker as far as Kenya is concerned on the energy sector. The nuclear energy. Nuclear energy has been discussed and it has been demonized by many industrialized nations while they're using. But we were very grateful to listen to the President of France, who uses nuclear energy 90% or over 90% in France, to say that they are ready to do technology transfer and they are ready to go into collaboration with this country. If that collaboration is done, Mr. Speaker, it's going to be a game changer in the industrialization of this country. The price of energy will now come to almost the 10% that the President has been talking about. And I really believe that this is going to be the game changer. If we can move towards that, we know that we have scientists who can be able to handle that. We know that we do not have the technology as it is in the West, but with the promise of a nation as strong as France, we can actually have a very secure nuclear energy plant, and that will change not only the energy in costing in Kenya, and not even in the East African region, but in the continent, because that will be the arrival of nuclear energy in the continent of Africa, which we look forward to. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for the opportunity, and with that, I again reiterate that this report that has been presented by the Honorable Senator Mungatana is so detailed that members of this House should read, and I commend it to them that they may be able to get a bit of information about what is going on. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I support.
Mufa, you can reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would want to thank my seconder, the Honorable Cherargei, Senator Fonandi, and also want to thank the Honorable Professor Margaret Kamar, with whom we serve in the Pan-African Parliament. May I state, Mr. Speaker, that she is one of the most highly regarded members. In fact, she was elected to serve in the Committee of Health for Pan-African Parliament as chair. And Mr. Speaker, we celebrate her. And thank you so much, Professor, for your remarks. Mr. Speaker, as I reply in just 1 minute, I want to pick it up from where the Honorable Cherargei spoke about the African Forward Summit. Mr. Speaker, I have had the privilege of serving as an assistant minister in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs many years ago. And Mr. Speaker, when we served in that ministry, the question of protocol is a very important question, and how we address and deal with members of other states is well settled in the Vienna Protocol, in the Vienna Convention. And Mr. Speaker, we have high regard for all member states who are signatories to the convention. And so, Mr. Speaker, there is also a way in which protocol advises us in how to deal when people from other states are within our nation. So, for example, if a minister is here, if a deputy president is here, if a president is here on a state visit or an official visit, Mr. Speaker, there is a way in which we handle them, and there is a way in which the country behaves. This is similar to when we have, a state of emergency where maybe the country is going to war. at the time when such an emergency happens, God forbid, but we all rally behind the leadership of the president. If a head of state is here, we all rally behind the leadership of the president, because the president is our one single voice when we are dealing with foreign affairs. And what he says represents what represents all of us. Therefore, number one, the Honorable Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka, who is a long-serving member in this parliament, was a long-serving member, and also a long-serving foreign affairs minister. When he spoke against this Africa Forward Summit, saying that it is just coming because it was not possible to host it in West Africa, I think those were unfortunate remarks. But even worse was when the impeached former deputy president took to a press conference and tried to make it look like our country is not even democratic and should not be hosting this, and brought in other extraneous matters that have nothing to do with African Forward Summit. Mr. Speaker, I beg colleagues who are in this space of politics that even if we have political disagreements, which we are going to have, this is how we operate in this democracy, we do not have to wash our dirty linen before other heads of state. This Senate would want to plead with all leaders to please try and hold yourself when we have visitors. It is in the African custom. It is something we practice at home. You do not wait for your father-in-law or your sisters or your brothers or cousins or even other visitors to come to your house and start saying the problems you are having with your wife or your children or your immediate members of the family within your home state. So, Mr. Speaker, it was unfortunate to see the impeached former deputy president speaking. There's a way of looking for relevance, but sometimes I think you overdo it and you start looking like it is not a good thing for this nation. And I'm thanking colleagues from this side of the government, because none of them has really gone after him. And let's just ignore him, because I think Jesus Christ, when he was hanging on the cross, he said, "Forgive them, Father, for they do not know what they are doing." So same case, sometimes you forgive this man because he may not be knowing what he's doing. So, Mr. Speaker, with those many remarks, I want to say I beg to reply and request you, Mr. Speaker, to defer the putting of the question to a later date pursuant to Standing Order number 66, Sub-Order 3. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The putting of the question has been deferred. Honourable Senators, it is now 1:11, and having concluded the business for which I extended the hours of sitting, pursuant to Standing Order 34-2A, the Senate stands adjourned until later today, Wednesday, 13th May 2026 at 2:30 p.m.
Work today is broken. We're all working in too many disconnected apps, and it's killing team productivity. But for the first time, there's a platform that fixes
included, ladies and gentlemen, I won't say much. I have known this charming candidate of Kenya for, I was just counting it, and without my phone it gave me a lot of difficulty. But I finally worked it out to about 38 years. And she is still as beautiful as she was then. But what I remember is something about, I call her Njoki for the purposes of my comment, was I was a little older than her in prosecution services in government. And she'd come out of, I think, Waruhio and Mwite and joined the government, like me. Had all the choices in the world when you're as bright as some of us were. Government is the last choice, but it depends on where you're coming from. Public service was in my heart, was in her heart, and she chose government. And she went into prosecution services, and those days, I was a very aggressive prosecutor. This is in 1986, 1987, 1988. The Attorney General had not yet joined prosecution services. She was a little behind us. And I remember Njoki once saying, "You are my mentor. I want to model my life on yours." Why do I want to come up with this? I think God gives everybody just one career. Mr. President, I think yours was politics, and you have done well. Those who went into defending straight out of law school defend all their lives. Those who start with prosecution stay close to a certain line, and that line is defending victims. When you're a prosecutor, you are always looking at the victim side, not the perpetrator side. So in Justice Njoki's line, I see everything that has been said about her. What she said about herself, what she says was her career line. She went into prosecution, went into civil society, went into politics, ended up in the Supreme Court, but her original line was prosecution. And when I listened to her today, the most passion was evident when she discussed defending victims and bringing justice to those who are defiled and those who are wronged and those who are killed and so on. So what I see today is a natural career progression. I must say, Justice Njoki, I wondered why you were hanging around in the Supreme Court for so long. After 13 years, what more can you be doing? You've seen it all. You've adjudicated upon it all. You now must go back to your life's passion, which is criminal justice, and in this case, international criminal justice. You're going there. I look at your CV, I look at your career. You are more than qualified. I don't want to say overqualified, because an interviewer says, then they won't give you the job. You are more than qualified. On our part, and I speak today on behalf of not only the Senior Counsel Bar that I chair, but on behalf of the legal fraternity, law society included, we fully endorse, we fully support your candidature. I listened to Lady Justice Oluoch talk about sometimes the loneliness of a candidate. In those days, perhaps there was not that much in terms of resources to support a candidate. We have seen what President William Ruto's administration does when it supports a candidate. It throws in everything. This is just the start. And on our part, I can tell you, you were escorted by the Attorney General and the Vice Chair of the Senior Counsel Bar, Joyce Majiwa. We offer you some of our seniors, led by Joyce Majiwa, to accompany you on some of your missions to secure support. So, Mr. President, when she says she has friends, make available enough or a ticket or two for friends. When she has a cold, she has to have enough people walking with her and speaking for her. So with that, we just want to assure everybody present, particularly the candidate and the president who is launching and supporting fully your bid, that she comes highly recommended and fully supported. With that, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senior Counsel Murgor, for your advice and for the ringing endorsement to the candidate. It's now my profound honor to welcome the Chief Justice and President of the Supreme Court of the Republic, Honorable Justice Martha Koome. Let's put our hands together.
Your Excellency, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Kenya Defense Forces, the Honorable Prime Cabinet Secretary and Cabinet Secretary for Foreign and Diaspora Affairs, Honorable Lady Justice Joaquin Ndung'u, our candidate who is being unveiled today, all the Cabinet Secretaries, Principal Secretaries, Honorable Judges, members of the Bar, led by the President of the Senior Council Bar, Excellency Ambassadors and members of the Diplomatic Corps, our very distinguished guests this afternoon, good afternoon. On behalf of the Judiciary and the Judicial Service Commission, I express our deep appreciation to His Excellency the President and the Government of the Republic of Kenya for the confidence and support extended to the candidature of the Honorable Lady Justice Joaquin Ndung'u for election as Judge of the International Criminal Court for the 2027-2036 term. We are equally grateful to the Ministry of Foreign and Diaspora Affairs. We are also grateful to the Kenya Diplomatic Corps and all the state institutions that have embraced this candidature as a matter of national importance. Kenya's nomination of Honorable Lady Justice Joaquin Ndung'u is the outcome of a very deliberate, consultative, and merit-based national process. This nomination is informed by Kenya's prior contribution to the court, including the very distinguished service that was rendered to the court by the Honorable Lady Justice Joyce Arwoch, who served as a judge of the ICC from 2009 to 2018. Notably, it has also been informed by the lessons of previous candidature cycles. I want to mention that Kenya considered putting forward a candidate in 2022, but considered deferring that decision and the candidature for 2022, allowing the Ministry of Foreign and Diaspora Affairs to work in consultation with the Office of the President and the Judiciary so that we could have sufficient time for reflection, for diplomatic alignment, and preparation of a stronger and more coordinated national effort. And I want to say the time is now. In the current cycle, the process was formally initiated by the Honorable Attorney General, followed by notification from the Assembly of State Parties, and was undertaken in accordance with Article 36 of the Rome Statute and the standards set by the Advisory Committee on Nomination of Judges. When that process was started and transmitted to the judiciary invited expressions of interest from all judges of the superior courts, subjected the applications to rigorous evaluation by the Judicial Service Commission, and transmitted the 3 recommended candidates for consideration by His Excellency the President. It is upon the conclusion of this transparent and competitive process that His Excellency the President nominated Honorable Lady Justice Joaquin Ndong'o, CBS, FC, Fellow of Saturn Institute Arbitrators, Judge of the Supreme Court of Kenya, as Kenya's candidate for election to the International Criminal Court. I want to emphasize that Justice Joaquin put in her own application for nomination. The nomination was made in good time within the official nomination window, enabling Kenya to mount a well-prepared, well-coordinated, and nationally supported campaign. Your Excellency, this moment affirms an important truth that the judiciary is not only a domestic institution of justice, but also a very strategic national asset in Kenya's international profile. Around the world, nations are increasingly judged by the strength of their institutions, the independence of their courts, and the credibility of their commitment to the rule of law. In that regard, the Kenya judiciary is our country's foremost defender of constitutionalism, human rights, democratic accountability, and institutional integrity. This standing has earned Kenya reverence both at home and abroad. It has also made our judiciary an exceptional training ground for judges who understand that justice must be principled, courageous, independent, and outlive the context within which we live. As a matter of fact, because Justice Arwoch mentioned peace building, Your Excellency, on 19th June, we are hosting as Kenya a forum of Africa Chief Justices, where we are discussing alternative justice resolution, because this is the mode of justice delivery that resonates with our African people. And we are showcasing the work we have done to organize communities into NJS forums, what we call ukumbis, to discuss, and where they have been discussing their problems and resolving problems and building harmony within communities. We are showcasing this to the whole of Africa continent, and Kenya is taking the lead, including profiling our Nairobi Center for Dispute Resolution as a forum where disputes can be resolved instead of the continent traveling to Asia, traveling to Middle East, or traveling to London to resolve disputes. Nairobi is a hub, a center of dispute resolution. So Kenya's judicial tradition is increasingly defined by bold and transformative jurisprudence. Jurisprudence that embraces African realities, Pan-African constitutionalism, indigenous justice systems, human dignity, equality, and a deep understanding of international human rights. This is the foundation from which Kenya presents Honorable Lady Justice Joaquin Ndong'o to the international community. In the forthcoming election of the courts, December 2026, 6 judicial positions will be open for election of the court of these two positions must be filled by candidates from the African continent. This presents an important opportunity for Africa to contribute judicial wisdom, our judicial courage, judicial experience, and legal perspectives that are shaped by constitutional transformation, victim-centered justice, and post-conflict recovery, restorative justice, democratic renewal, and relentless pursuit of accountability. Kenya has consistently, Your Excellency, supported multilateralism, the rule of law, peaceful resolution of disputes, and cooperation with international institutions. We have also invested deeply in building an independent judiciary capable of protecting rights, capable of resolving very complex disputes, and sustaining public confidence in constitutional governance. In diplomatic terms, Your Excellency, Kenya's candidature represents not only a request for support, but a continuation of a long-standing relationship of cooperation, reciprocity, and shared commitment to international criminal justice. Honorable Njoki Ndung'u embodies the depth and seriousness of Kenya's judicial tradition. She brings to the candidature experience across prosecution, legislation, constitutional reform, human rights, gender justice, and adjudication at the apex court of very, very complex matters. Her career reflects the very qualities required of an international judge, a judge of integrity, independence, courage, intellectual depth, and fidelity to the law. She's a jurist shaped by Kenya's constitutional journey, Africa's legal traditions as she worked at the African Union, and a profound commitment to justice that serves both principle and humanity. With these remarks, Your Excellency, I want to assure you and the people of Kenya and the international community of judiciary's full support in this very important national endeavor. I thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Chief Justice, for your remarks. It is now my pleasure, honor, and privilege to invite the Prime Cabinet Secretary to address us, and thereafter to invite His Excellency the President.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Honorable William Samoei Ruto, the Chief Justice and President of the Supreme Court, Lady Justice Martha Koome, Justice Ndung'u, colleagues. Your Excellency, first let me join other Kenyans in saluting you for pitching very, very effectively on behalf of Kenya and Africa at the Africa Forward Summit. It was indeed an event of great significance and consequence. So we really appreciate that you did what you did yesterday and the few days that were to it. Secondly, Your Excellency, to also say that we appreciate because another significant event took place. You did the groundbreaking for the United Nations expansion, where the UN is going to spend $340 million to make Nairobi a true hub for international relations in the global south. And on that note, let me acknowledge Ambassador Gary Cornell, who is with us here, former Prime Minister of Haiti, and also one of the top people, and including Madam Ida. Thank you for being with us at this gathering. At the Forward Summit, one of the issues that came up under the peace and security conversation, just to pick up from where Justice Aloch mentioned, was the misuse of the veto to suppress matters to do with genocide or victims against humanity and so forth. And this came up as a very, very topical issue. I bring it up because that is exactly where you're headed, Lady Justice. And the President and his colleague Macron chaired the session around this conversation. But now let me very quickly say this. When the President got communication, he was at the forefront in endorsing the nomination. He actually went ahead of bureaucracy and gave us direction and told us it is so decided. So we did what we had to do. We have all signed the cabinet memo because bureaucracy is now chasing the decision. I have signed it as Foreign Affairs. Attorney General has signed, and the Treasury has signed. But I'll not disclose how much we are looking for. That is a separate matter to help this campaign. So I just want to say that the government is fully aligned, and the President has made it very clear that we have to go flat out to support your candidacy for the ICC. The other thing that I would just want to flag is that I can attest to the fact that His Excellency has already left the blocks, because he has already pitched and canvassed with quite a number of nations already. So he's not waiting, he's moving. The final thing is really to speak to Kenyans, Your Excellency, because under Foreign Affairs, there's a division on candidacies where we are able to rally talented Kenyans, deserving Kenyans, competent Kenyans to some of these international assignments. It's an important area, but the appeal I really want to make is that when a president endorses a candidate, we need, as a nation, to ensure that we get the signal right. That is now a Kenyan candidate. That is what it symbolizes. And we must divorce that from any local partisan issues. We are going to canvass in one instance 190 plus countries, and in this instance 125. We cannot go there saying, hoye, hoye. It's a different ballgame altogether. And we must be united so that we focus on Kenya as a nation. And his stamp of approval is Kenya's signal. It is not partisan. We should not bring any local sideshows into this campaign. Let us all rally as a nation, because we are seeking something that will make Kenya proud in the international arena. Ladies and gentlemen, I've said enough. It is now my singular honor to ask us to be uprising so that we can invite His Excellency the President to formally launch our candidate, Kenya's candidate. Asante sana, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much. Please, let's take our seats. I was at a meeting in Naivasha a few days ago. I don't know why consistently I'm pretending to be a linguist. So in this meeting in Naivasha, there was written on the wall, competency-based education. And I was asking whether it was competence or competency. I was later told that it was competency was right. Now, my good friend Musalia has also said something which I want to ask her whether it is the correct one or not. He has said, I'm requesting you to be uprising. And I was wondering whether it should be upstanding or uprising. Well, uprising looks like a riot or something. Honorable Mother Kome, Chief Justice and President of the Supreme Court, members of the judiciary, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, today, Kenya stands before the international community not merely to endorse a candidature, but to strengthen the cause of international justice by presenting one of our most accomplished and distinguished jurists, the Honorable Lady Justice Susan Njoki Ndung'u, as Kenya's candidate for election as judge of the International Criminal Court for the year 2027-2036 term. In presenting her candidature, we affirm our belief in a rules-based international order, the independence of the judicial institutions, and the universal principle that justice must remain fair, impartial, and accessible to all nations and to all peoples alike. Ladies and gentlemen, the ICC occupies a singular place in the architecture of global justice. It exists because humanity resolved that genocide, crimes against humanity, war crimes, and aggression must never be normalized. It exists because the global community agreed that the gravest crimes known to humankind must never go unanswered simply because perpetrators possess political, military, or economic power. But the authority of such a court ultimately rests on one thing: legitimacy. And legitimacy depends on fairness, adherence to evidence, consistency, universality, and equal application of the law, and unwavering judicial independence. International justice cannot endure if it is perceived as selective or preferential. No global institution can command confidence if justice appears vulnerable to geopolitics or unequal power relations. This is not because institutions are invaluable, but because civilization depends on institutions capable of defending the weak against the powerful, protecting victims against impunity, and ensuring that no one stands above the law. Kenya supports an international criminal justice system grounded firmly on judicial independence, procedural fairness, impartiality, integrity, and fidelity to the Rome Statute. We support a court that commands confidence, not through coercive authority, but through the quality, fairness, and credibility of its decisions. We support a court that remains attentive to victims, affected communities, and national jurisdictions under the principle of complementarity. And we support a court that recognizes that international justice and domestic justice systems must work in mutually reinforcing ways. For far too long, Africa has stood at the center of global conversations on conflict, accountability, displacement, democratic transition, and peace building. Our continent understands deeply the consequence of impunity, political violence, terrorism, and institutional fragility. But Africa has also produced some of the world's most important lessons in constitutional reconstruction, democratic renewal, restorative justice, institutional reform, and peaceful coexistence. Africa, therefore, cannot remain merely the subject of international justice. Africa must help shape international justice. And I believe firmly that the candidature of Lady Justice Njoki Ndung'u is going to achieve this end. I have listened very carefully to her statement, and I thought I was persuaded that she was the right candidate. But after listening to her, I am even more persuaded that we have the right candidate. I knew she was good, but now I can confirm that she is the best. And she has lived what I believe in, that leadership and any leader must be judged by their track record and their vision. I have listened very carefully to the track record of Njoki Ndung'u, and I have carefully also listened to her vision about what she wants to do at the International Criminal Court. And they are persuasive, coherent, and meaningful. And therefore, at a very personal level, on behalf of the government of Kenya, you have our endorsement, support, and we are going to campaign for you. Whether at the ICC, the United Nations Security Council, the Bretton Woods institutions, or the wider architecture of global governance, decisions affecting African peoples and African realities must increasingly include African voices, African experience, and African leadership. The majority of cases before the ICC have involved African situations, African communities, and African victims seeking justice. It is therefore both appropriate and necessary that Africa has strong, principled, and highly qualified representation on that bench. Not to protect the powerful, but to strengthen the legitimacy, universality, and credibility of international justice itself. It is in this context that Kenya proudly presents the candidature of the Honorable Lady Justice Njoki Ndung'u, who is not just an accomplished jurist. She represents an entire generation of Kenyan constitutional reformers who helped steer this country from one of the most consequential democratic transitions in our history. I think Susan Amdanyi there, Daisy Amdanyi there has made a very compelling case from the civil society space for the candidature of Njoki Ndung'u. You know how difficult Daisy can be. And sometimes she can become a bully. Daisy. And I was really very happy to listen to you, Daisy. You made a very, you are exceptional. I must say this. You are really good. And I think you have become wise over time. Really, you spoke with a lot of wisdom because you said something very fundamental that I listened to. And you said that every opportunity, any one of us, irrespective of what space you are in, is a divine opportunity, and there is a reason why circumstances and God gives you that opportunity. And I think you listen very carefully, Lady Justice Njoki, that this is not just an election, it is also a divine opportunity for you to speak and give an African perspective and bring African experience and all the other experiences that you have gone through to international justice. And as I say so about you, and I say so about every other Kenyan that has an opportunity to make a contribution, either to our nation or in any other capacity. And it is for the same reason that I consider my election as president as an opportunity to do something that God wants me to do in this country. And that is why Daisy says I have made all the difficult decisions. I want to tell you, there was nobody else that was going to make those decisions. It was going to be William Ruto, and that is why I got the opportunity to be president of this country. And I will discharge that responsibility with courage. Njoki Ndung'u has been a very courageous person. She has not shied away when it was the right thing for her to stand, even if stand alone. She stood alone. And that is the essence of leadership. She has asked me, because it's rare, to deliver on the 2/3 gender rule. A very difficult assignment. She knows it, because it involves all manner of people, different institutions, and all that. But I will do my best. I still want to assure you that I will do my best. All I am asking from my sister Daisy and all the other actors in that space is that the same way you have said Njoki was very strategic when it was time to pass the bills on Sexual Offences Act, and you had to negotiate with different actors in different places. I have tried to persuade the women movement in Kenya that let's be strategic. Maybe we need some lessons from Njoki on how to be strategic. Because if we aren't strategic, we can run into a lot of headwinds. Because you know the prejudices, you know the difficulties, and therefore I did make some suggestions on how we can be strategic and we can have an offline so that we can agree on how to take that forward. Because we are greatly inspired by what we can see in the candidature, not just of Njoki Ndung'u, but also of Phoebe Okowa. You remember last year we did campaign for her to take over the place of the judge who resigned. It's a 1-year short stint, and she won. Now she's serving in ICJ, and again we will be rolling out a campaign for Njoki Ndung'u and for Phoebe Okowa, and even the CAB memo that that has been worked on includes the candidature of both our two ladies, so that we can, take the finesse and the competence and the leadership of Kenya into the international arena. We have a lot of, we have a whole department at the Foreign Affairs to support international candidatures. Unfortunately, we haven't found as many Kenyans willing, and ready to apply and canvass for these international positions. I appreciate that we have a great country, and everybody wants to be here because we have a beautiful country. Very few people want to go and live in those other places. But you see, we have a duty and a responsibility to the international community as well, because just as we expect others to serve us in those positions in the international space, we should also participate so that our contribution, our perspectives, our experience can be brought into the international arena. And therefore I want to encourage more Kenyans we have so many international positions for them to apply so that we can take our influence as a nation to the international arena. I want to say that everything that has been said about Njoki is correct. Her professional journey reflects fidelity to justice, institutional integrity, constitutionalism, and human dignity. For more than 3 decades, she has served with distinction across prosecutorial, legislative, constitutional reform, and judicial responsibilities. From her early years, prosecuting serious criminal offenses as a state counsel, and her role in shaping Kenya's constitutional transformation to distinguished service at the Supreme Court of Kenya, her career has consistently been defined by courage, intellect, and commitment to justice. As a member of the Committee of Experts that drafted Kenya's 2010 Constitution following the 2008 crisis, she helped rebuild Kenya's constitutional order around accountability, inclusion, institutional checks and balances, and democratic renewal. That experience matters profoundly for the work of the ICC, because international criminal justice is not only about punishment, it is also about helping societies confront trauma, rebuild legitimacy, restore public confidence, and strengthen institutions capable of sustaining peace. But her contribution extends far beyond the bench. As a legislator, she led transformative reforms, as we have been told here, on sexual and gender-based violence, including the enactment of Kenya's Sexual Offences Act in 2006. She also contributed to the development of the Maputo Protocol, one of Africa's most consequential human rights instruments for the protection of women's dignity and rights. These experiences have given her a deep appreciation of survivor-centered justice, accountability for gender-based crimes, and protection of vulnerable populations in conflict and post-conflict settings. Kenya, therefore, presents to the international community not simply a candidate with technical legal competence, but a jurist shaped by Africa's constitutional struggles, democratic transitions, human rights movements, and the experience of institutional rebuilding. Let me say one more thing. Njoki, early this year, when this opportunity arose, Justice Njoki, together with other distinguished Kenyan jurists, presented themselves for a competitive nomination process, as we have been told by the Lady Chief Justice. Under the Rome Statute, individuals do not simply present themselves for the ICC bench. Their country must believe in them enough to sponsor and field their candidature. Kenya reviewed her record, reflected on her many years of distinguished service in the legislature, in the Attorney General's office, in the Supreme Court, and considered her lifelong contribution to constitutionalism, gender justice, the protection of the vulnerable, and many other of her contribution. Without hesitation, I concluded that she is exceptionally well suited for this important international responsibility. This is Justice Njoki Ndung'u's aspiration and calling. Kenya and Kenya's role is to ensure that the international community recognizes her immense value and benefits from her experience, integrity, and contribution to the advancement of justice. And I am very proudly here to not only endorse her candidature, but to also rally the government of Kenya and all our institutions to support her candidature, that of Phoebe Okowa, and to ask all of us, as has been said here ably, that this is not about a person. This is about a nation. Our candidature, that of Phoebe, is about Kenya. It's not about her. It's not about the next person, William Ruto or the other people. It's about all of us. And therefore, there are moments when we stand together as a nation, irrespective of all other considerations. This is one such moment that we must stand together. There are moments when it is about Kenya. And when it's about Kenya, it's about us. It's about each and every one of us. I was very, very proud about Kenya being able to host serious international engagements. We hosted the Africa Climate Summit, which was a very historic moment on climate diplomacy. We are hosting the only UN headquarters in the Global South right here in Nairobi. And yesterday we concluded the hosting of the Africa Forward Summit that brought together 35 heads of state and government, our friends from France and Europe, and others. Such moments are moments when we step forward as a nation and we put aside any partisan considerations and stand together as a country and as a people and a nation. We must never adulterate such occasions. We need to stand together, and it is therefore my singular honor, on behalf of the Republic of Kenya, to respectfully invite state parties to the Rome Statute to support the candidature of Honorable Lady Justice Nyaboke Ndung'u for election as judge of the International Criminal Court 2027-2036. I thank you.
Let us all rise as we conclude this session with the national anthem, after which we shall have a brief photo session. But for now, let us have the national anthem. Thank you. Your Excellency, we seek your
have a number of bills that shall be considered at the committee of the whole. These bills include the County Hall of Fame, among other bills, the Statutory Instruments Amendment Bill number 3. However, the procession of the Speaker has already begun making its way into the House. We can't see that procession along the red carpet aisle. The business of the House is about to commence. That is the Speaker of the Senate, Honorable Amason Jeffa Kingi. He will be presiding over this afternoon sitting, a broadcast that is brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in partnership with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. We are glad that you're joining us. Allow me to hand you over to this live broadcast. Good afternoon.
Na tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, twakusihi tutazame kwa neema nyingi na baraka sisi watumishi wako ambao umeridhika kutuita kwa nyadhifa za uongozi katika jamhuri hii yetu. Tukuomba utuwajalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Clerk, do we have quorum? Sergeant at Arms, kindly ring the quorum bell for 10 minutes.
So the prayer has been said and the chair taken. There is a quorum hitch at the commencement of the sitting of the Senate. And currently the quorum bell is on, of course, to alert the members of the Senate that the presence inside the chamber is highly needed for the House to be able to correct and also for it to be able to commence. So that bell is on. And as we wait for the House to correct, we shall continue to take a look at the business that the Senate will be transacting this afternoon. The Forest Conservation and Management Amendment Bill, this is a bill that is originating from the National Assembly. It's a government-sponsored bill. And at the Senate, it's co-sponsored by the Senate Majority Leader, that is Honorable Aaron Cheriot. This is a bill that was already considered at the National Assembly and passed, and has now been forwarded to the Senate for consideration as well, a bill that concerns counties, and the Senate being a house that oversights the functions or is mandated to be able to oversight on the functions of the county governments or the devolved units, then the Senate will also have to give an input on this particular bill. So this is a bill that introduces a robust and forward-looking legal framework that is aimed at enhancing sustainable forest management, strengthening regulatory oversight, and also promoting community participation in conservation efforts. The legislators at the National Assembly had underscored this particular bill or the amendments towards this bill as having been designed to respond to emerging realities in forestry, including climate change, biodiversity loss, and the need for accountable governance structures. So this is a bill that will be considered at this particular it's part of the business that the senators shall this afternoon be considering, debate on it to be able to resume. We can see the
leader of the majority party, Honorable Erin Cheriot, counting or finding out the number of the members in the chamber to be able to establish whether the quorum has already been attained. And once that quorum is attained, the Speaker shall call the House to order for the business of course to commence. So this bill, the Forest Conservation and Management Amendment Bill, is coming up, or debate on it will be resuming this afternoon after it was interrupted on the Tuesday, the afternoon of 12th May, the year 2026. Debate on it already started. However, this afternoon, that resumption will be on for members of the Senate who may have not been able to participate or contribute to this particular bill to be able to give their input regarding the contents of this bill. Now, pursuant to provisions of Standing Order 53.1, also members of the Senate this afternoon shall be able to seek a number of statements from various standing committees. The Senator for Kakamega County, Honorable Dr. Boni Halwale, will seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget regarding the status of the construction of Bukhungu Stadium and the Kakamega Teaching and Referral Hospital in Kakamega County. This afternoon, also, the nominated Senator, Honorable Hamida Kibwana, will also seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights. This regards the unresolved cases and the welfare of returning personnel from the Haiti mission. The Senator for Nairobi City, Honorable Edwin Sifuna, will also seek a statement this afternoon from the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries regarding the state of Muhoroni Sugar Company. The quorum is about to be attained. We can see that more members have made their way into the House. And of course, in a short while, we shall be having that quorum attained, and the House sitting, or the sitting of the Senate, shall commence. More members of the Senate making their way into the House. Just a few members remaining for the House to quorate. And once that is attained, then the business of this afternoon shall commence. The Senator for Embu County, Honorable Alexander Mundigi, will seek a statement this afternoon from the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries. This regards the challenges that bee farmers in Embu County are facing. The quorum has been attained. Allow me to hand you over.
Clerk, we do have quorum now, yeah? Proceed to call the first order.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers. Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
Statement pursuant to Standing Order 52.1, Senator for Narok County, the Honorable Ledama Olekina. That statement is dropped. Senator Tabitha Mutinda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on a statement on the critical shortage of family planning commodities and the need to ring-fence family planning funds. Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 52.1 to make a statement on a matter of general topical concern, namely the critical shortage of family planning commodities across the country and the urgent need to ring-fence family planning funds. Mr. Speaker, family planning is a critical component of reproductive health sector and is directly linked to the right to the highest attainable health standard as provided under Article 43(1) of the Constitution. It also affects maternal health, the welfare of our young people, household planning, access to information, and the broader realization of universal health coverage. This statement is informed by a stakeholder consultative meeting held on the 26th of March 2026, attended by members of the Kenya Young Parliamentarians Association, the National Council for Population, and the Development and the Ministry of Health, United Nations Platforms, UNFPA Kenya, Population Services Kenya, Kenya Plan International, JH, Piego, HINET, and civil society organizations. Mr. Speaker, Kenya is currently experiencing a severe shortage of family planning commodities. The Ministry of Health has reported that several commodities are at zero stock nationally, including combined oral contraceptives, 3-month injectables, progesterone-only pills, emergency contraceptive pills, and cycle beads. Other commodities include implants, male condoms, DMPA subconscious injections, copper IUCDs, and LN IUDs remain at critically lower levels or below the optimal supply pipeline. As I proceed, Mr. Speaker, the total estimated funding requirement for family planning commodity standards stands at approximately $22.9 million US. However, in the current financial year 2025-26, only 500 million was allocated. Out of this amount, only 250 has been disbursed to the Kenya Medical Supplies Authority, KEMSA, leaving an outstanding balance of 250 million, despite valid authorities to incur expenditure having been incurred. This delay is particularly concerning because of the current procurement lead time for family planning commodities. It's approximately 13 months from the date of receipt of funds. Therefore, every delay in disbursements directly translates into prolonged stockouts at health facilities and limited access to essential reproductive health services. Mr. Speaker, the consequences of inactions are grave. The Ministry of Health has projected that the current stockouts could result in increased unintended pregnancies, unsafe abortions, maternal deaths, and additional healthcare costs attributed to unmet family planning needs. This would reverse the gains Kenya has made in reproductive health and undermine the country's universal health coverage objectives. As I proceed, Mr. Speaker, Kenya also risks failing to meet its commitments under the impact with UNFPA, under which the government is required to procure family planning commodities using domestic funds as a condition for receiving matching contributions. Continued non-disbursement, therefore, exposes the country to the risk of losing future compact support and falling behind comparable countries in the region. Mr. Speaker, in the view of the foregoing, I call upon, 1, the National Treasury to urgently disburse the outstanding 250 million to KEMSA to facilitate timely procurement of family planning commodities. Number 2, the Ministry of Health and KEMSA to provide Parliament with a comprehensive and current report on the stock status of all family planning commodities, including the procurement pipeline and the expected delivery timelines. Number 3, the relevant parliamentary committees to inquire into the persistent non-disbursement of allocated family planning funds and identify the administrative or financial bottlenecks causing these delays. Number 4, the National Treasury and the Ministry of Health to develop a clear mechanism for ring-fencing family planning funds within the national budget so as to prevent diversion, delays, or reprogramming of these allocations. Number 5, the ministry, in collaborations with the county governments, develop partners and civil society organizations in order to strengthen public information awareness on family planning services, particularly among young people, women, and underserved communities. And finally, Parliament to prioritize and ring-fence the ring-fencing of family planning funds during the consideration of the budget estimates for financial year 2026 and 2027. Finally, Mr. Speaker, family planning is not merely a health matter. It is a governance issue, a development imperative, and a constitutional obligation. The failure to disburse funds already allocated for family planning commodities undermines the right to reproductive health care and weakens public finance accountability. I therefore urge the House to support decisive actions to ensure that allocated funds are released, commodities are procured and distributed, and the reproductive health rights for women, girls, and families across the countries are protected. Thank you. Yours truly, none other than Senator Tabitha Mutinda.
Senator Ledama Olekena, your statement has been stated, so you may proceed to read it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 52.1 to make a statement on a matter of national concern. The current fiscal approach adopted by the National Treasury, particularly in relation to the funding of Parliament and its critical functions. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is deeply troubling that while the national government continues to incur significant expenditures under Article 223 of the Constitution of Kenya, Parliament is simultaneously being subjected to severe financial constraint. These imbalances not only raises questions of fiscal prioritization, but also risk undermining the constitutional role of Parliament as an independent arm of government. Mr. Speaker, sir, Parliament is currently facing mounting pending bills and acute funding shortfalls that are directly affecting its ability to discharge its constitutional mandate. Essential activities including committee work, legislative processes, oversight functions, and key statutory engagement, such as Senate machinery and other outreach programs, are being jeopardized due to inadequate and unpredictable funding. Mr. Speaker, sir, equally concerning is a persistent failure by National Treasury to honor budgetary commitments. Promises of financial support, including allocation anticipated under the supplementary budget, have not materialized, leaving institutions to operate under significant deficit. This pattern erodes confidence in fiscal planning and creates operational uncertainty that is unattainable for a critical institution such as Parliament. The continued reliance on Article 223 to authorize expenditures while Parliament struggles to meet its core obligation presents a contradictory that must be urgently addressed. It is imperative that Treasury align its spending practices with the principles of accountability, transparency, and equitable resource allocation across all arms of government. In light of the above, I urge National Treasury to, 1, prioritize allocation of funding towards the settlement of pending bills by Parliament. Ensure the timely and full disbursement of approved budgetary allocation. Provide clarity and accountability regarding expenditures undertaken under Article 223. And number 4, adopt a more predictable and credible fiscal framework that supports the effective functioning of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is sad, and Parliament cannot effectively perform its oversight role while simultaneously being constrained by financial uncertainty. Addressing this concern is not only a matter of institutional efficiency, but also to uphold the constitutional balance of governance. It is regrettable, Mr. Speaker, to note that Kenya had the opportunity to host the Fourth World Summit of the Committee of the Future Parliaments this October in Nairobi. Unfortunately, due to a competing priority within the National Treasury, Parliament was unable to allocate the required US $100,000 to support the event. Mr. Speaker, sir, this decision is particularly disappointing given the significant economic and diplomatic benefit that such a global summit would have brought to Nairobi. Hosting parliaments would not only have elevated Kenya's international standing, but also generated substantial revenue for the city through tourism, hospitality, and related sectors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, statement pursuant to Standing Order 53-1, the Senator for Nairobi City County, the Honorable Edwin Sifuna.
Thank you, Speaker. The subject of this statement is the visit we had in Kisumu just a few days ago. Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries on the state of Muhoroni Sugar Company. Mr. Speaker, Muhoroni Sugar Company remains a critical source of livelihood for thousands of households within the sugar belt and continues to play an integral role in the local economy, serving as a pillar of hope for the people of Kisumu County and the neighboring counties or regions. Although the sugar production plant was officially leased to a private entity in 2025, residents continue to experience prolonged closures and unexplained plant failures. These challenges raise serious concerns regarding the sustainability and intent of the lease agreement. As a key economic driver, the potential collapse of Muhoroni Sugar Company would have devastating consequences for the livelihoods and aspirations of a significant population dependent on the factory and its hinterland. In the statement, the committee should address the following. 1, the current functional and operational status of Muhoroni Sugar Company, including detailed information on its daily cane crushing capacity and the staffing levels presently deployed at the plant. The status of the company's nucleus estate, specifying the total acreage under its control, the portion currently under cane cultivation and its capacity to sustainably supply raw materials for factory operations. Thirdly, whether the lease has fully taken over or the lessee has fully taken over the management and operations of the plant, including confirmation on the consistency of factory operations and whether staff remuneration is up to date. And lastly, Honourable Speaker, the long-term strategic plans in place to restore the plant to full operational capacity and to reposition it as a viable and competitive regional economic hub. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Senator for Kakamega County, the Honourable Dr. Boni Halwale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order number 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on a matter of county-wide concern regarding the status of the construction of Bukhungu Stadium and Kakamega Teaching and Referral Hospital in Kakamega County. Mr. Speaker, sir, the two projects were initiated by the county government of Kakamega during the administration of the former Governor Wycliffe Oparanya as flagship development initiatives aimed at enhancing sports infrastructure and strengthening the healthcare services in Kakamega County and the wider Western region. Contractors were then subsequently engaged and significant public funds running into hundreds of millions dispersed towards the implementations of these projects. However, progress on both projects remained slow and limited, prompting the national government to assume responsibility for their completion. Despite this intervention, Mr. Speaker, the pace of implementation continues to raise concern among residents and stakeholders who are eager to see the projects completed and operational. In the statement, the committee should address the following. One, the initial approved project cost for the construction of Bukhungu Stadium and that of the Kakamega Teaching and Referral Hospital. Two, what was the total amount of funds disbursed by the county government of Kakamega to these projects, to their respective contractors for each project prior to the national government's takeover? Three, what is the budgetary allocation set aside by the national government for the completion of the two projects following the takeover for their implementation? And finally, but not least, what are the projected timelines for completion and operationalization of the two projects? Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Senator Hamida Kibwana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My statement is regarding the unresolved cases and the welfare of returning personnel from the Haiti mission. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to this to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights on a matter of national concern regarding unresolved matters from the Haiti mission. Mr. Speaker, sir, while Benedict Kabiru Kuria has been recognized as a fallen hero abroad, his family is without his remains or verified information on his fate. This lack of closure is deeply distressing and demands urgent accountability. Even as the mission is declared concluded, the family continues to endure in pain, uncertainty, and unanswered questions. Recognition without clarity only compounds their grief. Further, beyond this case, concerns persist about other personnel whose situations remain unresolved, raising the need for a comprehensive account of all individuals deployed and their current status. As the mission concludes, this House must ensure transparency, truth and support for both the affected families and officers who have returned from a high-risk deployment. In the statement, the committee should address the following. One, a comprehensive and verified account of circumstances surrounding the death of Mr. Benedict Kabiru Kuria and ensure the immediate facilitation of repatriation of his remains to the family. Number two, a report to unresolved cases from the Haiti mission and the current status of all deployed personnel. Finally, the measures in place to provide psychological support to all returning officers and ensure that all affected families are accorded full support, transparency, and dignity. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator for Embu County, the Honorable Alexander Mundigi.
Mr. Speaker, sir, request for statement on the challenges facing bee farmers in Embu County. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise person to standing order 53.1 to check a statement from the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries on a matter of county-wide concern regarding the challenges facing bee farmers in Embu County. Mr. Speaker, sir, a significant numbers of farmers in Embu County are engaged in agriculture and produce substantial quantities of honey. However, the sector continues to face critical challenges, notably inadequate industrial processing capacity, which limits value addition and restricted access to both local and international markets. In the statement, the committee should address the following. 1. Initiative being undertaken by the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development and the county government of Embu County to support bee farmers through the provision of modern equipment and technologies aimed at enhancing value addition and improving the quality of honey and related products. 2. The step being taken by the ministry to identify and secure both the local and international market for honey and honey product from Embu County with the objective of increasing farmers' incomes. Senator Alexander Munyimodigi, Dr. Embu County.
Senator for Elgeyo Marakwet County, the Honorable Kisang.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53.1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Information, Communication and Technology on the escalating cases of digital fraud facilitated through the telecommunications infrastructure and the erosion of public trust arising from data privacy breaches by state agencies and telecommunication operators. Mr. Speaker, sir, Kenya continues to face increased incidences of cybercrime and digital fraud, including SIM swap fraud, phishing, and spoofing. Reports indicate that cyber threats and related financial losses have increased significantly, with many Kenyans being targeted through fraudulent calls and other forms of technology-enabled deception. Further, concerns have been raised regarding the alleged unlawful access to and sharing of subscriber data by telecommunications operators and state agencies. In the statement, the committee should address the following. 1. The number of reported digital fraud and cybercrime cases for the years 2024 and 2025, disaggregated by type, including SIM swap fraud, phishing, spoofing, and other related offenses, and the estimated financial losses arising therefrom. 2. The measures being implemented by the government, the telecommunications operators, and the relevant regulators to prevent, detect, and respond to telecommunications-assisted fraud. 3. The number of investigations, prosecutions, and convictions under the Computer Misuse and Cybercrime Act and other related laws, including the conviction rate for digital fraud cases and the challenges in bending successful prosecution. 4. The status of investigations into the reported cyber attacks on government websites, including measures taken to strengthen the security and resilience of government digital infrastructure. 5. the number of data access requests made by state agencies to Safaricom, Airtel, and Telcom since 2020, the legal basis for such requests, and measures taken by the Communications Authority of Kenya and the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner to investigate and penalize unlawful access to or sharing of subscriber data. Finally, Honorable Speaker, whether the government has acquired, deployed spyware or other surveillance technologies, and if so, the legal framework, approval processes, and oversight mechanisms governing their acquisition and use. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Senator for Taita Taveta County, the Honorable Maruma. That statement is dropped. Senator for Mandera County, the Honorable Captain Ali Roba. That statement is dropped. There is another statement by the Senator for Taita Taveta County. That statement is also dropped. Now, Honorable Senators, I will allow comments for not more than 10 minutes. If you get an opportunity to speak, kindly do so for not more than 3 minutes. Senator Manzo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to comment on the statement request by Senator Hamida and Senator Kisang. Mr. Speaker, the mission to Haiti has a lot of unanswered questions, and we've heard statements to the effect that the government of Kenya were not given full disclosure as to exactly what the officers were going to go through. It is not just the officer who has been mentioned in the statement who died. Mr. Speaker, there was an officer in the border of Makueni and Machakos, a place called Katua, who also passed away in this mission, and another one reported, but we would like the committee to come with a full disclosure of activities. One of the issues and statements made while these officers were in Haiti were that, Mr. Speaker, they ended up using old vehicles, unreliable vehicles, and that would increase the attack. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, it's important that we have full disclosure of what exactly happened, what needed to happen, so that, Mr. Speaker, in future, before Kenya gets involved in such activities, we'll be knowing exactly what's going to happen to officers. Mr. Speaker, also, in this sort of activity, now that I'm running out of time, I want also to comment on Senator Chisang's statement whereby a lot of people are being robbed. You know, you see the internet and swim swaps, and this money is being gotten out of banks. And thereafter, investigations are landing into nowhere. So many people have been conned. Sometimes the money also ends up into M-Pesa agencies and M-Pesa accounts. And then the investigation still gets to nowhere.
Senator Newton.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to comment on the statement by Senator Hamida Kibwana on Officer Kabiru, Mr. Speaker, who has been reported and crowned as a fallen hero. Mr. Speaker, even before his body was, actually even to this date, the body. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hope that my time had been freezed or had been frozen. Mr. Speaker, I was saying I'm commenting on the statement by Senator Hamida Kibwana on the fate of Officer Kabiru, who reportedly died during the infamous Haiti mission, Mr. Speaker. And the body of this particular officer has never been delivered to his family. And the whereabouts of this body, if at all, have not been made clear, Mr. Speaker. And this can be very, stressful and very harrowing to the family, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it also be remembered that the announcement of the death of this particular officer was made by none other but than the head of state, even before the family had been informed. Mr. Speaker, I hear that it is a practice that before you have been able to set your eyes on a body, that you cannot, declare that somebody has died, Mr. Speaker. So I think then the committee deals with this. They should be able to call the relevant authorities to exactly establish why has Officer Kabiru been declared as a fallen hero, meaning that he's dead even before his body has been seen. And if the body has been seen, Mr. Speaker, why has it not been delivered to the family for final rites, Mr. Speaker? It will be remembered that we have also had reports of many Kenyans that have lost their lives in Russia, Mr. Speaker. And the government, I mean, it's important that the committee establishes whether these people that are reported to have been unaccounted for in Russia, whether
Senator Olekina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to make a brief comment on the statement brought by Senator Hamida. Mr. Speaker, the first question is, how did we get there? We got there because we were magnanimous. We are willing to be able to go and help people in Haiti when other African countries were reluctant, because of our generosity. When are we ever going to stop being generous towards other people, and you first look at yourself? I think it's about time, Mr. Speaker, as we pursue this issue, to be able to remember what you are told when you enter an aircraft. Protect yourself, put on your safety belt first before you even take care of your child. Mr. Speaker, it is very sad, and I really empathize with the family, with this fallen hero. The fact that we were willing to go there when other African countries were reluctant, the fact that we knew very well that the gangs that we were going to face there, the Americans and other developed nations were not even able to deal with, should encourage other countries, particularly the United Nations, to be able to put more emphasis to reimburse, compensate, and actually to try and track this body. It is very sad. That family will never say goodbye to their son. And I wonder, Mr. Speaker, what will happen even later when these guys are back home now, those ones who survived and they came back home? Will they end up like the soldiers who ended up being given some land in Narok, Sagamian area, and then they were just left without being recognized for the sacrifices that they have made for this country? Mr. Speaker, it's about time that we think twice about the welfare of our men and women in uniforms. Our police today, Mr. Speaker, I met the other day, and he told me that he buys his own uniform. We no longer have money. If the police are buying their own uniforms here, and we are willing to send them to Haiti, why then can we not demand that these countries that were not willing to support our mission, support us, be able to help these families? I wonder even if there's any support, is it called psycho support to the family, psychosocial support to the family? So, Mr. Speaker, this is a very important statement, and I really do hope that we can be able, the legal committee headed by, who is Sigei, can actually be able to get to the bottom line of this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, with that, honorable senators, allow me to rearrange today's order paper pursuant to Standing Order 45-2. We will move to order number 9 and thereafter resume the normal flow as contained in today's order paper. Clerk, please call that order.
Order number 9, the Forest Conservation and Management Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bills number 38 of 2025. Second reading, resumption of debate.
Now, Senator Faki, when debate was interrupted, you had taken the floor and you had a balance of 16 minutes. You may proceed.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika, na nimesimama kuunga mkono mswada wa sheria wa mabadiliko ya sheria ya misitu katika nchi yetu. Mheshimiwa Spika, jana wakati nilipokuwa nimeanza kueleza ni kwamba sheria hii ina umuhimu sana kwa sababu tunaweka taasisi ambayo itakuwa inasimamia misitu kikamilifu. Vile vile kuna nafasi ya kuweza kuhakikisha kwamba mkurugenzi mkuu wa Kenya Forest Service atakuwa ni mtu mwenye tajiriba ya kisawasawa ya kuweza kusimamia taasisi hiyo. Vile vile Mheshimiwa Spika, sheria hii itaweza kusaidia kuweza kuhakikisha kwamba zile tunazoita carbon credit zitaweza kudhibitiwa kisawasawa ili nchi yetu iweze kupata mapato ya kisawasawa, Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa mfumo huu mpya wa kuweza kupata mapato. Mheshimiwa Spika, hapo awali kwa sasa nchi yetu haina njia ama haina uwezo wa kuweza kudhibiti haya masuala ya carbon credit. Kwa hivyo hii sheria itaweza kutupa nafasi ya kufanya hivyo. Vile vile Mheshimiwa Spika, pia tutakuwa na nafasi nzuri ya kuweza kuhakikisha kwamba zile mbegu za misitu ama zile miche ya misitu ambayo tunapanda nchini mwetu ni miche ambayo imehakikishwa na shirika la KEFIS. Mheshimiwa Spika, vile vile sheria hii italinda ile tunayoita pia kwa Kiingereza biodiversity. Sijui wewe Senator Murango biodiversity unaiita vipi kwa lugha ya Kiswahili. Lakini biodiversity ni jambo moja ambalo Mheshimiwa Spika litaweza kudhibitiwa na sheria hii. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, sheria hii ina mambo mengi mazuri na ningependa maseneta waisome na hakikishe kwamba tumeunga mkono ili tuweze kupata sheria ambayo itasaidia nchi kuweza kulinda misitu yake na kuweza kuhakikisha kwamba misitu inaleta faida kwa jamii kupitia kwa mapato mbalimbali. Tusitarajie tu kwamba misitu itatupa kuni ama itatupa makaa, la. Tunataka misitu iweze kutupa pesa nyingi ambazo ni za kisasa, sio zile ambazo za zamani ambazo ziko sasa, na kwa vile pia ndio njia pekee yake ya kulinda mazingira na kupunguza mabadiliko ya hewa tabia nchi. Mheshimiwa Spika, naunga mkono mswada huu na naomba maseneta waunge mkono tuweze kupitisha. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika, naunga mkono.
Senator Murango. Senator Faki, carbon credit kwa Kiswahili ni hewa ukaa. So, Senator Murango, I'm informed the Honorable Senator was actually seconding this motion. So I will now proceed to propose the question before I open the floor. Honorable Senators, I will now proceed to propose the question that the Forest Conservation and Management Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bills number 38 of 2025, be now read a second time. Senator Murango, you may take the floor.
Asante sana, Mr. Speaker. Ningetaka kuunga mkono marekebisho ya sheria ambayo imeletwa katika bunge la Seneti. Na kabla sijasema hiyo, Senator Faki ameniuliza biodiversity inaitwa bioanuai kwa lugha ya Kiswahili. Kwa hivyo Mr. Speaker, ya kwanza, misitu yetu ni muhimu sana kwetu. Na kwa hivyo si vizuri kuachia taasisi moja kuzingatia na kudhibiti misitu. Ni vizuri kuwe na pia na wataalamu ambao wanaweza kuangazia mambo tofauti kwenye msitu. Na Mr. Speaker, wakati mwenyekiti wangu ambaye ni Senator Faki alileta hii marekebisho ya sheria mbele ya kamati, kuna mambo mengi tuliangalia na kuna mambo ambayo tuliweza pia kurekebisha. Kwa sababu kwanza kurekebisha kusema kwamba zile sheria na zile nguvu zimepewa NLC zinakaa vile vile zilivyo, ili kuhakikisha kwamba kuna usalama wetu kwa misitu. Jambo la pili ambalo ni muhimu sana kwa hii marekebisho ya sheria ni kuhakikisha ya kwamba wanaopanda miti pia wanapata hiyo mkopo wa hewa ukaa ambayo Mr. Speaker umetaja. Kwa sababu kwa muda sasa tumekuwa tujui, kwa sababu venye nasikia kuna walowezi mpaka siku ya leo huwa wao ndo wanafurahia matunda ya misitu kutoka nchi ya Kenya bila wa Kenya na wanaolinda misitu kufaidika. Kwa hivyo Mr. Speaker, wakati taasisi hiyo itakuwa imetengenezwa, itaweza kuangazia mambo mengi tofauti kuhakikisha ya kwamba hata kama tunamuua mgaa haki yake tunampa. Kwa sababu watu wengi wanaokaa karibu na misitu, kazi yao inakuanga ni kuchunga tu misitu na kupokea kichapo wakati wanyama wanatoka na kuharibu mimea yao. Kama leo Mr. Speaker, unaona wale wanakaa karibu na Mlima Kenya upande wa Meru wengi sana wanalia na ndovu. Ukienda upande wa Taita Taveta, Lamu, naona wanalia na ndovu. Lakini faida ya misitu haitiririki inavyopaswa kufikia wale wanaolinda misitu na kufaidika nayo. Na tena Mr. Speaker, pia ni watu ambao wanasikia kama wameachwa nje katika wakati misitu, wakati kuna faida kwa misitu. Kwa mfano Mr. Speaker, juzi katika eneo la Kirinyaga kuna kijana moja uliuliwa kwa sababu alipata akiokota kuni kwenye msitu wa Mlima Kenya na maafisa wa kulinda misitu. Mr. Speaker, ni mambo ambayo tunafaa kuangazia na ile taasisi angalie, ili tujue wale wanaoishi karibu na misitu ambao wanaudhika na wanyama pia wanafaidika kivipi. Kwa sababu kama mtu atauliwa kwa sababu ameokota kuni kwa msitu, hiyo itakuwa si jambo zuri, na tena ameuliwa na maafisa wanaolinda misitu. Kwa hivyo ninapoongea siku ya leo, ni vizuri pia taasisi ile iwe inaangalia haki ya kibinadamu kwa wale ambao wanakaa karibu na misitu. Na tatu Mr. Speaker, ni kuhakikisha pia wenyeji wanapewa nafasi kwa misitu. Kwa sababu kama leo nimesikia taarifa ambayo imeletwa na Senator Mondege hapa, ambayo ilikuwa inaangazia sana sana wakulima wa nyuki wanaoweka mizinga. Kuna msemo unasema kitamu kilambwe, kilitokana kwa sababu ya utamu wa asali Mr. Speaker. Na kwa hivyo wale wanakaa karibu na misitu wakipewa nafasi, kwa sababu nyuki hawaharibu, tena wanasaidia sana katika ukulima. Uchavushaji ambao kwa kimombo unaitwa pollination Mr. Speaker unafanyika kwa sababu kuna misitu na kuna nyuki. Kwa hivyo wananchi wanaokaa kando kando ya misitu wakiweza kupewa nafasi pia waweke mizinga kule, wataweza kufaidika kiuchumi na pia kufaidika kwenye mimea ambao tunakuza kila siku Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, nikimalizia ni pia kuwe na uwazi. Wakati mwingi wakati misitu iliyokomaa inavunwa, unapata sana sana wenyeji ambao ndio wanalinda misitu wao wanawekwa kando. Na unapata wenye wanapata hiyo nafasi ni watu wengine. Ili taasisi kama ile iangalie kwamba kuwe na usawa. Kwa sababu Mr. Speaker, sioni ni maana gani kwamba gatuzi zetu, na ukiangalia gatuzi nyingi hakuna wenye wana msitu, wakati misitu inakuja kuuzwa ama kuuziwa wale wanaohitaji miti ambayo imekomaa Mr. Speaker, unakuja kupata zile gatuzi zetu bado wanatumia fedha nyingi sana kununua samani ambazo zinatumika katika shule nyingi za chekechea kwa bei ya juu. Na hili hali kuna miti ambayo kama ingeuziwa zile gatuzi, wangeweza pia kutengeneza zile samani watoto wetu waweze kuzitumia kwa bei ya kirahisi. Kwa hivyo pia tunataka taasisi ambayo pia itafanya kazi na ifanye kazi pamoja na gatuzi kuhakikisha kwamba faida za misitu si kupanda miti tu na kulea miti, ila wale wanaoishi na kutunza misitu wamepata faida ya misitu Mr. Speaker. Ya mwisho ni kwamba misitu inakuanga ni vyanzo vingi vya maji. Mara nyingi, na hii ningetaka hata tukipitisha hii kwa sababu tumekuwa na matatizo kama haya. Wakati mnataka kutoa maji kwa msitu, kupata cheti ili uweze kutoa maji kwa vyanzo vya msitu kupelekea wananchi, inakuanga ni safari ndefu sana Mr. Speaker. Wakati unaenda kwa maafisa wanaolinda misitu, unapewa story nyingi, hekaya za mbunuasi, esopo, ambazo zinapoteza muda mrefu. Najua kuna mradi wa maji kama kwetu, umemaliza kama na umepewa pesa na serikali, lakini marubano ya kupewa nafasi ama cheti ya kuweza kwenda kuingia pale kwa msitu inachukua miaka. Ni vizuri pia wajue kwamba ingali msitu ni mzuri, pia binadamu ni wanzuri kushinda kuliko wanyama. Kwa hivyo wakati kuna njia mwafaka ama maendeleo ambayo inafaa kulinda manufaa ya wakazi, wakazi wasitekelezwe na watu wasiendelee kungonja, sababu ngoja pia umiza matumbo, kwa sababu haki ikichelewa hakuna haki yoyote hapa. Mstahiki Speaker, kwa Mstahiki Speaker nasema asante.
Senator Manzo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is an amendment originating from the National Assembly, which seeks to bring, to speed the forest conservation in Kenya. It is now a practice in the world. Mr. Speaker, there are so many projects being done by the government, and I'm sure you are aware of FLOCA, which has an inclination towards greening or making sure that we reduce the ozone layer. And such an effort goes into preservation of forests in the country. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, these are not being shared equally in the country. We could actually afforest our country afresh, because there are indigenous trees which grow everywhere without so much need of water or be watered or irrigated. Unfortunately, that doesn't seem to come out. The whole idea of carbon credits is featuring in this amended version. There is an improvement, but it's not coming out clear, because there are other laws associated with this, and now this law seems to be made to amalgamate all the laws in this environmental area, whereby the main idea is to plant more trees in the country. With the FLOCA projects, Mr. Speaker, you'll be surprised. They would have been very successful if the water pans and the boreholes and irrigation was geared towards growing seedlings, and especially of locally generated forests, whereby the forests can grow naturally. There are places acacia grows naturally. There are places, natural trees which are not even thorny, and have many other uses grow naturally. There hasn't seemed to be that effort. Mr. Speaker, when I grew up, there was a forest near my home, a natural forest on a hill which is described as a hill tower. But people raided it for many years, and it was becoming a desert, and erosion was beginning to take place. But when I was first elected in 2013, I hired a young person just to simply surveil and make sure no one cuts trees there. And then later on, the county government also hired somebody who assisted the employee I had hired as a member of parliament. And today, naturally, it has become a very thick forest. And you can see the changes in rainfall patterns. So, Mr. Speaker, if this law can be implemented, and we grow trees to replace the ones which have already been cut, and increase the greenery, and not so much to earn carbon credits, but so much to improve our environment and take it back to what it used to be probably 100 years ago, Mr. Speaker, will be helping the country and the world. The idea of carbon credit is Kenya is not such a pollutant, but when other countries pollute the atmosphere, and they encourage us to plant trees with the principle of polluter pays, then these countries are supposed then to pay us these carbon credits. But if you look at it, it is so porous, Mr. Speaker. Although we are making this law, I don't think this has been watertight enough to warrant a farmer who for real grows 1,000 acres of trees and increases the green coverage in the world is compensated for the so-called carbon credits. It seems so porous that it is owned by international cartels, and there's no proper formula how a Kenyan or a common person in this country will ever be paid a shilling on this carbon credit, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, as much as we make this law, I think that the committee dealing with the environment needs to look further. I have seen the theme nowadays is environment. We had a very good meeting here of IPO and the issue of methane and all that, and I've seen that, and similarly there was a follow-up in Naivasha with the climate caucus, the environmental climate change caucus of the House, and I've seen there's going to be a further meeting between 15th and 17th of this month when we take a short break here in Nairobi and attracting quite a number of international partners in this, Mr. Speaker. But I thought as a country we should really protect our own people, and especially people who are going to invest. I have seen proposals in Makueni County where a Russian company had sneaked into the country and was trying to negotiate with the farmers to grow mangoes, which grow naturally as forests, and subsequently earn carbon credits. But without filtering this system through the national government system, it was very difficult for these people to access Makueni County directly, you know, and as much as the idea sounded very good, I still think not only growing mango forest, because mango is part of, you know, fruit production, which the tree coverage may be limited because of the space you need between mango trees so that they can give the best. And as much as we want to plant trees which are productive, from mango trees to mangrove trees, to you know, many other trees which produce, even coffee trees. There are so many trees which are productive, Mr. Speaker. You know, and there seems to be conflict of laws, the agriculture laws on some of these issues, because some of them are scheduled crops, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, as much as we are enacting this law, there needs somebody, or probably could amend more, to make sure that other laws are taken care of. I've seen quite a number of other acts which get touched by this, like the Pensions Act. I don't know what's the difference between the Secretary now being introduced, the position of Secretary being introduced, and Director General. I think it's just one and the same thing. I don't think much will change on that, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, I think it is important, even when, Mr. Speaker, we work on this, that the experts in the House, he looks at it more keenly. I'm sure there are very serious experts in this House on environment and forest, and people who are very serious experience. And we have different forests in the country. The forest you find in Makueni is not the forest in Nandi. The forests you find in northern Kenya are so natural and amazing. I went there with Senator Chute and a few senators to deal with a cohesion issue in the north. And you could see there are places actually with very serious forests, Mr. Speaker, and whereby the tree cover can still be added even naturally and be more useful. But conspicuously, lack of supply of water, you know, you can see it. If you compare the desertification and the desert situation we have in this country, and the desert in Israel, Mr. Speaker, and how they use drip irrigation to grow forests and to grow trees to beautify Israel. Mr. Speaker, we can borrow this and make sure that even in the worst desert situation, we grow the species of trees which grow there naturally. And most of them are food and fruity and also beneficial commercially. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to support this great invention to amend this act and make it better. Although so many things have not been provided, Mr. Speaker, and the reasons why we are doing this, they have not been aligned as the usual when we are making a new act or we are amending an act of parliament. I think this one particularly can become very useful to the country. But generally, the practice we used to have during the Nyayo days of increasing forest cover and making sure and laws such that if you have 10 acres, at least 1 acre should be covered by a forest, that the farmers don't just farm, remain with the trees. You could have trees on fence lines. If you go to America, you find trees along the main highways, although part of it is to stop snow from accumulating on the roads. It breaks wind and beautifies the area. So I think we need to capture quite a number of things, beautification even in cities, towns, markets, and more important, growing economically useful trees to increase the tree cover in the country, and also to increase the credit the carbon credits likely to accrue and to benefit farmers. So I do support, Mr. Speaker, and by third reading, Mr. Speaker, I'm looking forward into a number of amendments, especially well-researched, to make sure this act is better and improves our environment in the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support.
Senator Chiranke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for this opportunity. From the onset, I want to support this bill, but of course, with a few reservations here and there, but I know we shall be able, Mr. Speaker, to amend in the Committee of the Whole, Mr. Speaker, sir. I know this is a National Assembly bill. Mr. Speaker, out of curiosity is that we tend to process as fast as we can under 159 principle, the bills that come from National Assembly. But most of our bills, Mr. Speaker, has developed or have become part of cemetery and graveyard in the National Assembly. I don't know, in the wisdom of you and Senate Business Committee, we should be fair to this House, because I can see a number of bills we schedule are all from National Assembly. But I know it is in the wisdom of Senate Business Committee. Maybe in future, when some of us will be lucky to be in SBC, things may change. Mr. Speaker, just a few observations. The bill, and I want to start from, while we appreciate that there is a whole chapter on environment and Article 60, where even it proposes that 10% of forest cover. And I think that is where the president principle of building, of planting 15 billion Kenyan shillings, 15 billion trees, Mr. Speaker.
What is your point of order, Senator?
Honorable Speaker, you know, I've really thought about it after 2-3 seconds, and Senator Chelagay should not run away from this mistake, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know the Senate Business Committee, which you chair, Mr. Speaker, has worked for us for the last 4 years, and there is never a time that committee has been blamed for anything. But Mr. Speaker, listening to Chelagay understanding on 105, he is casting aspersions to that committee, Mr. Speaker, that next time when he gets a chance, or some of them refer to some of us get a chance next time, the committee will be learn better. That means it will be prioritizing bills from the Senate. So, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Senator Chelagay, you must withdraw and apologize to the members of the Senate Business Committee. That committee, we are here courtesy of the business they passed on Tuesday, Mr. Speaker, at noon, when Chelagay was busy running up and down this town. That committee was sitting, even they did not take lunch. I know they sit up to even 2 p.m., Mr. Speaker. You are the chair. I know the minority whip is also a member. And many other members, Mr. Speaker, who are not present this afternoon. So, Mr. Speaker, because when you are not around, I also chairs that committee, Mr. Speaker, and we do marvelous work. So, Mr. Chelagay, you cannot run away from casting aspersions to the cabinet of the Senate. That is the cabinet of the Senate. So can you kindly withdraw, apologize profusely even to the chair, who is the Honorable Speaker? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Senator Fernandi, you can raise your concerns without necessarily imputing improper motive on a committee of the Senate. Kindly proceed to withdraw and raise your concern without having to impute improper motive.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for guidance, but I thought it was a fair comment.
No, it's not. That's why I've ruled the way I've ruled.
Okay. I withdraw and apologize, but my point has been made. Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday you were in Uganda, and thank you for representing the Parliament of Kenya in congratulating His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni is now going for the 7th term, 40 years in power. Mr. Speaker, and we congratulate you for attending on behalf of all of us and on behalf of the President of the Republic of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, and that is why I wanted to continue looking at Article 60 on the principle of even environment, the issue of ensuring the forest land resources, conservation that has been extrapolated. And Mr. Speaker, I want to take to the House when we had the climate summit that happened, and I saw Senator Kajwang, who is the chair of Climate Caucus, and I know from 18 to 21st they're having a meeting. Mr. Speaker, and I want to say, when we passed the bill during that African summit on climate change, the President has led 15 billion trees, Mr. Speaker. We appreciate, and these laws on environmental conservation, and this international conference, Mr. Speaker, is a conversation that we must take out of village mentality. Mr. Speaker, I saw a former impeached deputy president trying to cast aspersions on the African Forward, chaired by President William Ruto and Macron, President Macron, Mr. Speaker. You know, somebody who has not developed out of village mentality, and he was casting aspersions on why President William Ruto was hosting what we call Africa Forward Summit, that we develop resolutions. And this is the person who has never outgrown his village mentality somewhere in Uamunyoro, Mr. Speaker. He has not even held a meeting with a staff of an embassy. Some of us are better. Personally, I have ever sat with an ambassador of Brazil, Mr. Speaker, and you are saying you are an opposition leader and you don't know how international principles operate, Mr. Speaker.
The rule on relevance.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, but I was tying up with the summits that we have, because you remember in the last session, Mr. Speaker, we had African Summit on climate. And I'm underscoring the importance of international summit and engaging, because the issue of forestry and conservation and the issue of management is an international matter. It is not a village matter, the way some people want to localize through what we call villagitis and tension syndrome by some of our opposition figures. And that's why some of us miss Raila Odinga. Mr. Speaker, that is why I wanted to say on this Forest Conservation and Management Amendment Bill, which is amending, I want number 2, and I wish it would have been addressed, and I'm happy Senator Ledama is here. Mr. Speaker, we have another problem which we must confront, Mr. Speaker, the issue of forest evictees. Mr. Speaker, I know there is what we call infrastructural evictees, but now we have forest evictees. You remember we had run-in, Mr. Speaker, especially on issue of Mau. We have so many Kenyans, even what we call absentee landlords. We have people that has been displaced, Mr. Speaker, even in my own county, Mr. Speaker, even in Meru, there are many Kenyans who, out of this issue of forest evictees, Mr. Speaker, have been evicted. Like a place called Ngatip Kong. I was somewhere in a place called Taptengelei, Kwa Kinyanjui. There is a place called Kapkoros. This forest, because we have 3 forests in Nandi, Mr. Speaker, to all the way to Kapchorwa, Mr. Speaker, the people have been evicted. When you go to Mgwen sub-county, when you go to Tindred constituency, when you go to Chesumei, Mgwen, and most of the, because of the forest. And you know, as much as Nandi, we have 3 forests. We have Nandi North Forest, we have Tindred Forest, and we have Kimondi Forest, Mr. Speaker. But Kenyans must see, I've seen the role of what we call Registrar of Forest in clause number 6. And I agree with Senator Mahanso, there is no need to have Director General, then duplicate those functions with the Secretary of the Forest. That is Secretary of Forest Regulation. It doesn't make sense because they do similar work, Mr. Speaker. And looking at the role that they have developed, you know, Mr. Speaker, the only solution for this forest to thrive in Narok, where Mau is, Mr. Speaker, to thrive in Nandi, to thrive in Meru, to thrive in Kilifi and coastal region on mangrove forest. The only way for the forest in Chemasusu, in Baringo, that is sharing Baringo and Nakuru County, is for the community to own this forest, is for the community to adopt a tree, Mr. Speaker. And I've seen the functions on the regulation of Secretary of Forest Regulation, Mr. Speaker. Some of them they have tried to include, including the Kenya Forest Institute on their role of seed production, issuing regulatory guidelines. Mr. Speaker, you remember, and we are lucky as a country People like Wangari Maathai, the former Tetu member of parliament, who went to become Nobel laureate in terms of environment conservation and the issue of the conservation of our forests, Mr. Speaker. You remember people who stood and fought against destruction of the forest, Mr. Speaker. And that is why I want to emphasize that we must own these forests. We must ensure that these forests, there is the issue of licensing, regulation, certification, there is the issue of compliance, regulatory. Mr. Speaker, and you remember during Kibaki era, there is what we call shamba system, where communities are allowed to farm as they protect the tree. It is similar saying adopt a tree, Mr. Speaker. And I remember, Mr. Speaker, when the former deputy governor of Baringo passed on and we went to his home, I'm failing to recall the name where we were in Ravine, and I'm seeing the senator of Baringo is around. Mr. Speaker, and the only argument was those people was they allowed to do shamba system within the forest of Chemasu so that they can adopt and protect. You cannot bring regulations and compliance and licensing regulatory regime through Secretary of Forest without the role of the community. The community must own the forest. That's the only way you can protect. And you remember even during Nyayo era, Mr. Speaker, you remember during Nyayo era, there was what we call Nyayo T-zones. When you drive all the way from Kakamega through Shinyalu to Kakamega Forest, all the areas surrounding the forest, Moi, I saw some people castigating Moi. They don't know what Moi has done for this country. I saw somebody saying William Ruto is a reincarnation of Mzee Moi. Moi did his part during his time, Mr. Speaker. And you remember it is Moi, and I know, you know where Kiptagich is, Senator Ladama, Mr. Speaker. Moi came with Nyayo T-zone and ensured there was a buffer zone. They ensured they grow tea around most of the forests to protect the grabiosis system of grabbing land within our forests, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, we celebrate Mzee Moi, one of the distinguished sons of Baringo, and one of the great leaders. Mr. Speaker, and you will never wrap the history of Moi. He ruled this country like a colossus for 24 years, and people like Senator Chemitei grew and they were drinking milk from Nyayo era, Mr. Speaker, and that is why we have many young men and strong men, Mr. Speaker. So that is what I wanted to say on the issue of Director General that we are introducing and the issue of ensuring regulatory. We must encourage the issue of shamba system so that we can ensure, Mr. Speaker, we don't duplicate. Mr. Speaker, number 4 is on the headquarters. This bill, Mr. Speaker, I know you are a well-traveled man. You have been to Brazil. I think Brazil, there is Brasilia, Sao Paulo. Mr. Speaker, you have been to Tanzania. There is Dar es Salaam and Dodoma. There have been arguments in this country that we need to move our headquarters to Isiolo so that we decongest Nairobi. How can we say we are a house of devolution if we are saying this headquarters should be in Nairobi? These are forests. Do you see any forest in Nairobi apart from Kibiku or any other forest like here in Kiambu? Mr. Speaker, we should even take the headquarters of this forest service, Mr. Speaker, to be in Mau. Mr. Speaker, how do you decongest Nairobi? And I'm happy the party leader of ODM, one of the key stakeholders in governance of this country, is here. Mr. Speaker, we should encourage devolution by all instances, Mr. Speaker. And that is why we are saying, if it is forest, take it to Mau Forest headquarters. If it is tea, take it to Kericho. If it is to maize, take national cereals to be headquarters in Wasingishu. If it is tourism, take it to Kilifi or Mombasa. If it is livestock, Mandera or somewhere. Maybe like if we have other things like potatoes, we can make it the headquarters of such, Mr. Speaker. But the point I'm trying to make, it is fallacious for us as a house to agree that how do we decongest Nairobi? Nairobi is clogging. Even the leader of the governor of Nairobi, Mr. Speaker, has always told us that Nairobi is built on a swamp. God forbid if Nairobi sinks today, it will sink with the entire government, Mr. Speaker, of this republic. So we must be careful as we say, let us make sure that it is headquarters of the Republic of Kenya, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, underscoring the principles that we have had in Article Article 60 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of forestry, we need to develop an
would you wish to be informed by Senator Senior Counsel Mogeni?
No. From the way he's behaving, I am hesitant to be informed. No, Mr. Speaker, can you protect me from this class? These who are Munyoro are now learning how to equal. Mr. Speaker, that is what I'm saying. Maybe if it was Senator Kajwang, I would have agreed because he is the chair of the Climate Caucus.
Conclude your remarks.
Mr. Speaker, I still have time. Mr. Speaker, I'll conclude, Mr. Speaker.
What is your point of order, Senator Mogeni?
Freeze my time.
Actually, I just wanted to assist my friend, Senator Fonandi, and just have it on record. He has made a statement, this House of Record, to the effect that the headquarters of this institute should have been devolved to one of the counties. And he says that this draft bill says that the headquarters will be Nairobi. But, Mr. Speaker, I'd gone through this bill, and Section 29H actually says that the headquarters of the institute shall be in Kiambu County. And as defenders of devolution, we know that Kiambu is a county. Kiambu cannot be said to be Nairobi. So that statement he has made, that we should be thinking about devolution. In fact, this bill has gone ahead and said the headquarters will be devolved to one of the counties. So that should be on record. If that statement he has made remains, it is actually misleading. It's misleading. Thank you.
Senator Fernandi, your earlier statement was not factual. If you read through the bill, you may proceed to conclude your thoughts.
Mr. Speaker, but what the senior counsel is saying is economical with the truth, because Kiambu is part of Nairobi Metropolitan. So if we create Nairobi Metropolis, it will capture part of Kajiado and Kiambu. So it's still part of Nairobi. But I appreciate...
Senator Fernando, why should you argue on anything that is put before you? Just accept, as per the Act, okay, your statement is not factual, and proceed to conclude your thoughts.
Mr. Speaker, that is why I'm just saying it is good it's Kiambu, but it's still part of Nairobi Metropolis. Mr. Speaker, and Kiambu does not have forest. How many forests does it have? We should go to Mau. Karura is being dismembered. So, Mr. Speaker, on the issue of qualification, I have seen that they are saying people who should serve in the board are people who have masters. Mr. Speaker, that's unfair. Why don't we use the bare minimum of a degree? Why masters? We should have a degree, Mr. Speaker. Because even if, why are we unfair to Kenyans? If Parliament, we have even class 3 dropouts who have been elected to Parliament, who don't know how to read and write. Mr. Speaker, who don't know even how to sign. And they are busy yelling and yapping all over the place, Mr. Speaker. We need to be fair to Kenyans, Mr. Speaker. We are not the holier than thou, Mr. Speaker. We must ensure...
Senator Mogeni, what is your point of order?
I don't know what Senator Fernandi has taken this afternoon, because he's again making a very misleading statement. Mr. Speaker, you know that one of the qualifications for you to be elected as a member of parliament, you must have proficiency in the English or Kiswahili language. But he's making a statement on the floor that there are people who have been elected to this house who can neither read or speak or sign. That should not be on record when he's making that statement before this honorable house. And I challenge him to name those 3 members for the public to know.
Senator Fernandi, you may proceed to substantiate, failure to which you just withdraw and conclude your thoughts.
Mr. Speaker, how can I substantiate the obvious? They are known. They can't express themselves, Mr. Speaker. I can bring you a number of clips when you are even doing swearing in.
Can you substantiate?
Yes, I can. With the answer, I'll bring the answer.
Proceed to substantiate.
Mr. Speaker, can I get time to substantiate in the next sitting?
By tomorrow.
Okay. Because they are there, and I'm surprised the Parliamentary Service Commissioner is not aware and yet his access to some of the academic documents.
Senator Fernandi, we have put this matter for tomorrow.
And I hope I'll get time to name the people who have never spoken even on the floor of the House. Mr. Speaker, and therefore I was arguing on the qualifications that we need to be fair, Mr. Speaker, so that our master's is too high. Let us make it at least a minimum of a degree or even a diploma in the relevant field. Mr. Speaker, and I know the chairperson of Senate on climate change in Parliament, Senator Kajwang, is in the House. The caucus, I would really want to listen to his rare thoughts, as rare as a snowball in hell, on what he thinks about this bill. After he says it, then we can think about it, Mr. Speaker. And you know he's a member of Broad-Based, so I'm comfortable to listening to him. Mr. Speaker, with those many remarks, I beg to support the Forest Conservation and Management Amendment Bill 2025.
Senator Olekina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to make some brief comments on this very, very important bill, which I really hope that all of us can be able to take some time and read through the bill, understand the intended and unintended consequences of the bill. Mr. Speaker, from the onset, when I look at the bill, I struggle with two competing interests. One interest is a commercial interest versus genuine conservation of our forests, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the good senator from Nandi alluded to the fact that the good president of this country has attempted to ensure that we have at least 10% forest cover in this country. Mr. Speaker, this bill suggests the following: that an easement is allowed to be able to create roads in forests for easy access. That, to me, Mr. Speaker, creates an avenue where we politicians can be able to grab the land, to put a road in the forest, in the middle of a forest, in the guise that we are actually doing it for the public good. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to make my comments based strictly on the pros and cons of this bill, so that we can attempt, as the upper house, to balance the interest of genuine conservation versus conservation. Mr. Speaker, I have refused to accept the debate on carbon credit in this country because of the available literature which is there for my community, people in my community, to be able to understand the benefit of carbon credit. I've looked at the pros of this bill, and I appreciate them because they adhere to ensure that they align with the Constitution of Kenya and other international standards or global standards when it comes to issues of conservation. The bill has also set up a legal framework to be pursued, including one which I think is actually very unique, to ensure an oath of office, to ensure that there is accountability. This is the first bill, Mr. Speaker, that I've actually seen. It clearly indicated that when you are removing the director, you must subject him to the Constitution to be able to fair practices, labor fair practices. Mr. Speaker, the cons, which I want to focus a little bit on this bill, because I always look at a bill on the evidence-based, pros and cons, so that when we are doing this, we don't only think about our current generation, but we think about future generations which will be subjected to this bill. Most of the bills that operate in this country today, Mr. Speaker, are bills that were developed by our forefathers, the colonial masters. We have the Penal Code, which we are always struggling to amend to be able to fit into the current Constitution. This bill, as we amend this bill, This is a bill that has come from the National Assembly. As we look through it, I want to beseech all of us to be able to take a toothpick and comb through every clause and ask yourself, what are the cons? Mr. Speaker, there is a risk of increased deforestation in this bill. Amendment to Section 56, which allows easement for public roads, utilities, and infrastructure in public forests, potentially, Mr. Speaker, accelerate forest clearance and contradicts the 15 or 10% forest cover in the country. That is an issue that we must be alive to and find a way to be able to either gazette clearly the forest, and also even the easements. Gazette them clearly, Mr. Speaker. That is one issue that is a con in this bill, and we need to be able to deal with it. Number two, Mr. Speaker, is an issue that I've alluded to it, that I've refused to entertain the debate on it because of lack of proper understanding, is a risk of carbon credit vulnerability. Section 47A and B, which is being added in this bill, enable forest carbon projects under the Kenya Forest Services, resulting in fear of poor governance, benefit, diversion, and sideline of local community, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want communities to be able to own these projects. We have always supported shamba systems in the forest to enhance the forest cover. So when the decisions are now being made outside the community, that risks, because we want our people to be able to benefit. If there is any carbon benefit or carbon credit benefit, that carbon credit should benefit the local people who live there. So, Mr. Speaker, that is an issue that I think we need to focus on. Mr. Speaker, when I started my submissions, I spoke about the need to develop legislations for future generations, the need to develop legislation and continue increasing learning opportunities for us to enhance and better legislations. I see one of the biggest problems in this bill is once we eliminate training institutions, a replacement of Section 17, when you remove the forest college, where are you going to get people who are going to be trained to be able to fully understand these issues? So, Mr. Speaker, this potentially weakens experts for future generations. Everything we are doing today, Mr. Speaker, is for the future generation. You know, I refuse to believe that I will live forever because I know my time is limited. So whatever I put my pen in, whatever I put my 2 cents in, has got to be something that will better the future generation. And this boils down to the 2 competing interests. One, which is the issue of commercial interest when it comes to the issue of carbon credit, and genuine conservation. Mr. Speaker, when the late Wangari Maathai was still alive, Uhuru Park was complete. Today, it's only a small section which can be considered Uhuru Park, because half of it was taken into building a bus park. The other half of it is just there. That conservation effort that she fought so hard for is something that reminds me of her agility and dedication to the goodwill of this environment of this nation. Nairobi, Mr. Speaker, was once regarded as a green city, but slowly by slowly it's turning into a concrete jungle. So we need to be able to safeguard these interests. We need to make sure that the expertise continue being trained. So this issue of a forest college must still be entrenched and brought back. So we need to look at Section 17, which is being removed. Mr. Speaker, the other cons in this bill is the loophole for exploitations of our forest cover. When it comes to the issue of development, we have to be cognizant to the fact that the only time that we'll have a clean environment is if forest remains forest. But when there is a small loopholes of allowing development in forest, it may enable some of us, and I'm not pointing at any person in particular, to have a desire in using corrupt means to cut a section of the forest to develop their own business empire. Mr. Speaker, it is important, and I want to reiterate this, and I'm happy that I can see young people in the public gallery, that every piece of legislation that we develop in this country has got to take their interest at heart. It has to put their interest first to make sure that we still maintain a good environment for them. When I was growing up, Mr. Speaker, we used to plant trees on a daily basis. Narok Town had a beautiful forest called Onyonka Forest. I'm currently attempting to try and plant more trees to see whether we can be able to save, the environment. So, Mr. Speaker, the future generation and even the Gen Zs, the Gen Alphas, must be trained. Whatever we do, Mr. Speaker, we must show them that we want to make this country a better place for them. We spend more time insulting each other left, right, and center. But when it comes down, when the chips finally fall, what should lead us, Mr. Speaker, is us developing an environment which is going to be good, that we are going to depend on ourselves as a nation first. We're going to look at Kenya first before we look at other interests of other nations. Kenya must always be first. Help me understand carbon credit. Help my people in the village understand carbon credit. Help these younger people, the generation, understand carbon credit. They do not understand. If I do not understand, I'm 100% sure that they do not understand. The people I represent do not understand. So when you want to amend legislation, ensure that you entrench their interest first. Make sure they are the ones who are leading that piece of legislation. And this brings me to my last point, Mr. Speaker, of equity and oversight gaps. We are now decentralizing these forest professional forums. But I see a lack of robust accountability. And what do I mean by that? The only way that we can ensure that our forests are fully accounted for is by ensuring that local communities, indigenous people, like when you go to the Loita Forest, Mr. Speaker, the Loita Forest is a very emotive forest with a lot of significance to the Maasai nation, both in Kenya and Tanzania. But recently, there have been some discovery of minerals in that forest. There's a particular interesting red stone which is there. At first, people in the current government and the former government were leading in deforestation, cutting the trees. Mr. Speaker, I stopped a former cabinet secretary's trucks, which were transporting a lot of, cedar trees from there to go and build a hotel somewhere. So this issue, if the community interest is taken, so that this oversight body, the first oversight body must be the local community. Because when it floods, Mr. Speaker, if it happens in Mbutbut Forest, and let's say there's no protection of that forest by the local community, the landslide will affect the local people. If we cut all the trees, a majority of trees, to create easement in the Mau Forest, the people who will suffer are the local Maasai and the Kalenjin people who live in that forest. So I want to beseech the move of this motion, given that it's a bill that is coming from the National Assembly, to consider at the Committee of the Whole to introduce this amendment that deals with those cons and try to turn them into pros. There's absolutely no reason as to why we should develop legislation that has got more cons than pros. Let's apply an evidence-based analysis to the bills that we bring into this House. Are they helping future generation? Are they helping us? Let's understand these bills properly so that we move on to them. And ultimately, yes, all of us are interested in making a buck or two. No one will not be interested. I'm happy that this bill recognizes those people who had a license for a timber yard or for grading of timber, that now, when the responsibility switches to the cabinet secretary, they will still be grandfathered into the new regulations. So, Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, we must ensure that we promote a clear balance between genuine conservation and commercial interests. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I beg to support.
Next is Senator Manzo. You didn't? Senator Mugeni.
Mugeni.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to also make my contribution to this Forest Conservation and Management Bill 2025, a bill from the National Assembly. Mr. Speaker, I have noticed that this week we have dealt with a number of bills that have come from our sister house, National Assembly, and I'm happy that I'm speaking when our leader is here, Majority Leader Senator Cheriot. Mr. Speaker, I don't know what happens on the other side. Most of our bills, the bills that have come from this house, Mr. Speaker, have gone to the other house and they're just gathering some dust. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I received a communication to my utter surprise and disappointment that the National Assembly has refused to approve a bill that I drafted to take care of our senior citizens who are facing a lot of discrimination from insurance companies when it comes to providing medical cover for Kenyans who are aged 70 and above. Mr. Speaker, in line with Article 27 of our Constitution, which outlaws discrimination on account of race or age, and taking into account recognition that health is a devolved function, Mr. Speaker, I drafted a bill that was approved by your office of the Speaker to amend the Insurance Act to outlaw the practice by insurance companies where they refuse to take or to issue insurance cover for citizens who are aged 70 and above. And I did this in recognition that there are a number of Kenyans who are lucky to live beyond 70 years and above. In fact, I remember when we were burying the mother of our Speaker from our sister house, I was impressed to see his father, I think at 94, speaking very fluently and with very clear thoughts, Mr. Speaker. And I thought that that bill was going to address and solve that problem to the benefit of many Kenyans, our senior citizens. But I have received communication, Mr. Speaker, that the National Assembly has declined, that they will not process that bill because it is not a devolved function. Mr. Speaker, I don't know what reading of the Constitution that can ever be. And I hope that your office will take the initiative to have a sitting with the Speaker of the other House, Mr. Speaker, so that you develop some consensus. Health is a devolved function, Mr. Speaker. Seeking to extend that benefit to citizens who are above 70, because we are also soon going to be there. We'll be heading there, Mr. Speaker. Just the other day, Mr. Speaker, you saw the President signing into law some retirement package for judges. And when I read through the new law, I noticed that the government has now committed, which is a good thing, and I fully support. We must treat our judges well when they retire. That law has made it, as part of the benefit, made it compulsory that at the expense of the taxpayer, retired judges above 70 years will be given full medical cover by the government, Mr. Speaker. So if we are doing that for people who are privileged to occupy positions at that level, we should also be doing the same, Mr. Speaker, for the poor Kenyans who don't occupy positions where they are guaranteed, Mr. Speaker, that they will get medical cover after retirement. Going back to the bill, Mr. Speaker, I've since learned that there are two headquarters, and I want to correct the impression I created that Senator Cherargei was wrong. I've seen that under Section 4, the headquarters of the organization will be in Nairobi. It is the research branch that will be in Kiambu. So I want that to be corrected. Mr. Speaker, we must agree, Mr. Speaker, that we have an obligation to protect the environment, to protect our forests for the benefit of future generations. Mr. Speaker, when I served as chair of Anti-Corruption Commission, it is during that time that there was a sustained onslaught by a certain cabal in government then to grab Karura Forest. And we worked very closely with the late Professor Wangari Maathai, Mr. Speaker, and EACC filed several cases in court, Mr. Speaker, to stop that grabbing. And I remember, Mr. Speaker, Wangari Maathai used to say that Karura Forest is what she used to call the lungs of Nairobi. It's the one that gives people of Nairobi oxygen. If you deplete Nairobi, you may lack fresh air, Mr. Speaker. So we really must support any initiative like what I've seen in this bill, that will have a dedicated agency that will ensure that we protect our forest. Mr. Speaker, our desire is to have a 10% forest cover, but we'll never attain it, Mr. Speaker, if we allow people to continue grabbing part of our national cover, Mr. Speaker. Last week, I was reading a decision, Mr. Speaker, where the Court of Appeal overturned a decision of the High Court that had allowed a Kenyan to grab about 4,600 acres of the renowned Masai Mara, Mr. Speaker. And I want to read aloud that bench of judges, which included the newly appointed judge of the Supreme Court, Justice Warisame, Justice Gachoka, and Justice Mativo. That is an heroic decision, Mr. Speaker, that is giving back, they have said that matter back to the High Court. I hope the judge will hear that matter, Mr. Speaker, will act in a manner that protects Masai Mara, Mr. Speaker. We have so many tourists who come to Kenya just to visit and bring foreign income to our country. If we finish Mara, Mr. Speaker, where will our tourists be going? What we should be thinking is how we can extend the railway network that goes through Narok to extend to Sekinane Gate so that there is easy access. I hope now that we have this bill, Mr. Speaker, I hope that the agency that will be appointed, Mr. Speaker, can even take the extra step of joining as interested parties in the many cases that have been filed in court, either by EACC or any other public body or any other interested Kenyan to protect our forests. Mr. Speaker, on the qualification of the head of this body, we have placed it as per Section 29B, 29(2)D, an experience of 15 years. Mr. Speaker, we should allow our youths to thrive. We have many young Kenyans who, at an experience of 7 years, they can serve very ably as CEOs. Remember when Mr. Oigara was appointed as the CEO of KCB. I think he was 30-something. He didn't have 15 years experience. But look how he turned around Kenya Commercial Bank to what it is today. And I think when he left, he was again poached by another bank. So when we say 15 years, Mr. Speaker, you are locking out the youth completely. And even I don't think, even at our professional level, at people applying to be judges of the High Court, we don't place it at 15 years. It's 10, Mr. Speaker. 10, and you can pass a sentence to condemn someone to be hanged, and that is it, bring his life to an end. It's a serious assignment. I will propose, Mr. Speaker, that we consider, because of our youth, we consider amending this clause to reduce the experience to at least 10 years. I would have preferred even 7, but maybe a middle ground can be 10 years. But to put 15 years, Mr. Speaker, you will lock out so many of our youths. And we want them to get employments, Mr. Speaker. Then on the issue of 29H on the headquarters, Mr. Speaker, I thought it would be nice, Mr. Speaker, to say that the headquarters of the Kenya Forest Research Institute will be at the headquarters of any of our devolved entities. We have 46 counties other than Nairobi, Mr. Speaker. I don't know why we have said that specifically we make it to be Kiambu, Mr. Speaker. We should have said the headquarters of the institute shall be in one of our counties other than Nairobi, so that, Mr. Speaker, if Kisii or Nyamira can compete to be the headquarters of Kefri, why not? Or if it is in Kericho, or if it's Nandi. I don't know whether I've seen a law that is so prescriptive that it names a particular county as the headquarters of a body corporate like this. I'm just curious. Why say Kiambu? Why not Narok, for example, Mr. Speaker? Why not Nyamira, for example, Mr. Speaker? So I think, to change these headquarters, you must amend the law again, Mr. Speaker. I think we should leave it to be a bit open. Mr. Speaker, I've seen a number of cases where you appoint people to a board and the appointing authority is taken to court. Now, in this particular law at section 29, we are saying the chairperson will be appointed by the president, the speaker. Why can't we say the CS in consultation or on the advice of the president, Mr. Speaker? Now, if you have an issue with this appointment, do you sue the president, Mr. Speaker? I'm proposing, Mr. Speaker, that we don't give the president some of these very small duties, like appointing chairman. This is something that can be undertaken by the cabinet secretary, Mr. Speaker. So I hope the committee that will consider this bill will put that into consideration. I have no problem with SRC setting remuneration, but Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering why we cannot have a generic, salary structure for members who serve in our various boards. I mean, why, for example, should you say, if you serve as the chair of Anti-Corruption Commission, you should earn 350,000, but if you are serving as a chair of Kenya Forest, Kenya Conservation and Management Institute, you earn 25. Mr. Speaker, when you walk to a supermarket, the supermarket does not know that you are from EACC and that the other one is from Kefri, Mr. Speaker. We should promote parity and fairness, Mr. Speaker. Everybody should earn the same salary. My argument has always been, Mr. Speaker, there is a police officer working for DCI who is supposed to arrest somebody who has committed a crime or somebody who has swindled public money. You have another police officer forwarded to EACC who is also supposed to investigate that crime somewhere, but you are paying the person at EACC more money than the other police officer from DCI who is doing an investigation. What statement are we making, Mr. Speaker? Are we saying that this police officer is not being well remunerated because he's going to get extra money from somewhere, or what are we really saying? If remuneration, Mr. Speaker, is meant to ensure that we adequately compensate members who are serving in public service, then the earnings should be the same, Mr. Speaker. Otherwise, the others who are earning less will say we have an excuse to look for other means of topping up so that we earn like people who are in those other bodies. The intention, and Mr. Speaker, I participated when we were making comments on what Kenyans intended when they set up SRC. Mr. Speaker, the intention was to make sure that the remuneration that Kenyans are earning is uniform, Mr. Speaker. We wanted to remove this idea of saying there is a special card of Kenyans working somewhere who earn more and others who earn less. That's why SRC was set up to equalize remuneration so that Kenyans can get what we see in other countries where if remuneration is set at $20 per hour, that's what everybody should be earning, Mr. Speaker. So in future, I hope we can, let SRC tell us, if you are serving as a member of a board, you are sitting in one sitting, you earn 25,000, up to a maximum of this and this, so that we don't keep legislating in every law we are saying in consultation with SRC. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I support this bill. We need to conserve our forests. We need to ensure that we enhance the forest cover of this country, and we need to reduce our greed of wanting to grab our forests. You won't take all these things you are trying to accumulate when you die, finally. But the forests will serve the current generation and the future generation. I support, Mr. Speaker.
Next is Senator Mugatana Danson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the Forest Conservation and Management Amendment Bill 2025. Bill number 38 of 2025 National Assembly bills. Mr. Speaker, I am particularly interested in the National Forest Research Institute that has been set up under this bill. Mr. Speaker, in Tana River County, we have a very serious problem. And this problem, Mr. Speaker, originates from a tree that is called the Mathenge tree. The scientific name for that tree is called Prosopis juliflora. Mr. Speaker, this tree has had a major negative impact on the ecosystems in Tana River County. And Mr. Speaker, it has killed grazing lands. It has affected farmlands. Today, Mr. Speaker, forests are dying because of this Mathenge tree. The history of this tree, Mr. Speaker, is that it was introduced in the 1970s and 1980s with the idea that it would fight desertification. And it was introduced in our county in those days because it's one of the semi-arid counties. And Mr. Speaker, when it came, it started growing with so much force. It spread everywhere. The wild animals would disperse its seeds everywhere. And Mr. Speaker, it grew so fast, and the roots of that tree, Mr. Speaker, are so strong. Even if you cut it today, tomorrow it grows again. Even if it is a dry season, if it rains a bit, all the Mathenge trees will come up again. It drinks a lot of water. It stresses trees. It even prevents the regeneration of the natural vegetation. It prevents regeneration of forests within our area. So, Mr. Speaker, I am very happy to learn that in this bill, in section 291, proposed section 291G, there is, in fact, one of the things that this institute is supposed to do is to assess, map, control, and develop procedure for the control of invasive species. The Mathenge tree has become a major invasive species. And Mr. Speaker, it is a species that does not die. And it is so strong, it kills everything that is natural within the area. Mr. Speaker, even in large-scale irrigation schemes, like the Bura irrigation scheme, you will find that it clogs the canals. When farmers want to plant, they have to spend a lot of money trying to clear Mathenge before they can put the seeds. Mr. Speaker, even the locals, when we are grazing our animals, Mr. Speaker, if your animals, your cows, they bite for whatever reason because of hunger or any reason, they eat this tree, Mr. Speaker, they will have very serious digestion problems. So, Mr. Speaker, this bill speaks to the people of Tana River. I am glad that one of the reasons that has been set up for this research institute is to make sure they control invasive species. Mr. Speaker, what I have also seen in this bill is that they have tried to explain the question of lack of spread for research institutions. The debate has been, where is the headquarters? But I am not really interested in that, Mr. Speaker. I want this bill to speak to the fact that the people who actually suffer are people in the counties. We want this bill to be specific about establishing research centers within the counties, because what it has done is just to say regional centers for research. And Mr. Speaker, when you look at the proposed 29G, it is just talking about regional centers. But when we were dealing with the establishment of judges, when we were passing those laws many years ago, after the new constitution was done, Mr. Speaker, I remember moving a clause that was very specific, saying that each county must have a judge at the county. And progressively, the judiciary has been appointing judges at each county. And Mr. Speaker, I was moving that amendment at that time because there was no high court in Tana River County. But I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker, because of that law, each Chief Justice has continuously and slowly trying to make sure that every county in this country has a Chief Justice. And we have a judge of the High Court. And I am proud to say that in Tana River County, we now have a judge of the High Court. But if you look at the wording of the establishment of research centers in this law, it is not specific, Mr. Speaker, to counties. The language has not been that language that we would use if this law was being set up from the Senate and going to the other side. So I would urge in the third reading, Mr. Speaker, that there be a very specific provision that progressively research centers for forestry be set up in all counties. This is because counties like Tana River County, where I come from, if these provisions are not in the law, the nation tends to ignore some of our counties, Mr. Speaker. They would go, when you mention forests, they don't think of counties like Tana River, and yet we have big forests, Mr. Speaker, in the Kipini area, for example, in the Bangal area, for example, we have huge forests, Mr. Speaker, that in fact are already under the Department of Forestry as we speak. So, Mr. Speaker, it would be a good idea that these forest research centers be established in every county of the Republic of Kenya. I am happy, Mr. Speaker, to note that in the proposed clause 5, the national government is enforced to provide technical assistance to counties. Every county is supposed to get national government technical assistance in as far as agroforestry and commercial forestry in community land is concerned. Now, Mr. Speaker, some of our community lands are registered in Tana River County, but some community lands are not registered. We would want, when they are giving these technical services on agroforestry, on commercial forestry, they should cover both registered and non-registered community lands as the situation exists right now. Mr. Speaker, one of the most important provisions in this Amendment Act is the establishment of the Forest Secretary. Mr. Speaker, this is a very good innovation because up to now, the Department of Forestry has been operating almost like some outsider department that only becomes important when you have political push for growing trees. But then now we are creating a full department which is headed by a secretary. And this Directorate of Forestry is going to be a game changer, Mr. Speaker, because we have the secretary in charge of forests who will be dealing directly with matters to do with forest, who will be directly advising the Cabinet Secretary for Environment on matters forest. He will be developing policy and doing everything else that needs to be done to make sure that forestry in Kenya is exploited to the maximum for the benefit of the people of Kenya. The problem I am having with this law, this proposed law, is coming on 29D. Mr. Speaker, when you look at this clause 29D, it is proposing that the register be established for all professionals in the forest sector. And Mr. Speaker, it is actually suggesting that it is the Secretary of Forests, whom we are setting up now, that will be giving the certifications for you to be a professional in the area, in the practice of forest management and everything related to forestry. Mr. Speaker, we have various professional bodies within the Republic of Kenya. We have the Law Society of Kenya, we have the doctors, we have surveyors, we have many, many, many professional institutions. And Mr. Speaker, you will remember that in this parliament, we passed a law to create HR professionals in human resource management, and we created a whole law for them so that the practice in Kenya has been that management or professional institutes and managing those institutions, it is done by professionals within that area. It is managed by professionals in that area. I'm a lawyer, Mr. Speaker, by training, and the Law Society is managed by lawyers. We conduct our own elections, we carry out our own disciplinary actions, and this is what we do. It is self-regulating. Now, that is the standard that goes across all professionals in Kenya. Now, how does it become that the secretary in charge of forests is the one that certifies professionals in this area of forestry? So, Speaker, it cannot be that one person or one office is in charge of a whole profession. There are many people in the environmental sector. There are many people who are already practicing agroforestry, commercial forest growing. There are people who have been trained in these areas, Mr. Speaker, on environmental management. How can it be that instead of us doing what is supposed to be done, setting up an institute for forestry professionals and having them manage their own issues, we are actually giving these powers to one office called the Secretary of the Directorate of Forestry? Mr. Speaker, I think I fault this law seriously on that matter, and I think it is not a good thing to create an office and give it so much power, and it does not make sense, because the qualification we have put for the Secretary of Forests is a person who has a master's degree. Mr. Speaker, there are people who are professors in the area of environmental law, professors in the area of management, economic, and a professor in in management of forestry. Mr. Speaker, these professionals who are environmentalists are the ones who should be regulating the professionals within the area of forestry. It cannot be the secretary who just has a qualification of a master's. Mr. Speaker, I think there is a deficiency somewhere in this law that needs to be looked again in the third reading. We need to place amendments so that we can release the professionals to do their thing. Somebody who has a master's degree cannot be the one certifying a professor in environmental law as a professional in forestry. Mr. Speaker, that is a problem that I have noted with this particular bill. Mr. Speaker, I would really support this bill. I think for the first time now, we are seeing that forestry is being given its proper position within the Republic of Kenya. I see, like, Mr. Speaker, for the first time, we are not treating them as just a force, like a force that is not really defined, because it's not within even the structure of the Ministry of Interior. It is somehow a force, but somehow it is not a force, and they don't have a very good structure. But now, with the creation of the Secretary for Forests, and in the creation of this clear structure that is coming up now with this bill, I think we are headed in the right direction. Mr. Speaker, Kenya has been known to be ahead in terms of making legislation. And I think this is one of a demonstration where we are going. We are moving away from what used to be just a small department of forests to a strong department that has policy direction, head of policy direction. And Mr. Speaker, we believe that it will be able to spread across the counties. I have made a case for every station, every county to have its own station so that we can develop this sector. Mr. Speaker, with those many remarks, I beg to support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Honorable Senators, from my dashboard, there is no other senator wishing to contribute. Therefore, I'll call upon the mover to reply.
Speakers of this House who have spoken on this very important subject, this bill speaks to our future. Any country that does not take care of its national environment and its forest, Mr. Speaker, will one day pay a very heavy price. And I'm particularly happy with the kind of interest that I'm hearing from members that this is a matter which quite a number of them will actually be seeking to amend one or two things. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate that, and I concede, Mr. Speaker, that rarely do you get the kind of interest on a topic that is fairly complex such as this from the number of members that we have gotten this afternoon, and each has picked a particular area of interest to them, things that they feel strongly about. It is my sincere hope, Mr. Speaker, that tomorrow, when we progress this bill, members will be available in the House to do the subsequent amendments alongside those of the committee. Mr. Speaker, I thank you. With those very many remarks, Mr. Speaker, I beg to reply. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order number 66.3, I request that the putting of a question be deferred until a later date, preferably tomorrow afternoon. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, Majority Leader, the putting of the question on business order number 9 is deferred. Honorable Senators, I again reorganize the order paper. We defer order number 10, and we go now to order number 11. Senator Kalenyamu, kindly approach the chair. Honorable Senators. Honorable Senators, and requesting the clerk to call out order number 11, but due to other technicalities, we are not able to handle that now. So I defer business appearing as order number 11 all the way to 28 because we have no movers of these bills. Of course, yours truly is as under number 23, but I cannot be able to do that now. Then Karanyamu is here, but it seems not to be ready again also for today. So in defer again order number 29 to 34. Clerk. Honorable Senators, upstanding. Honorable Senators, there being no other business on the under paper, the Senate stands adjourned until tomorrow, Thursday, 14th May 2026 at 2:30 p.m.
Work today is broken. We're all working in too many disconnected apps, and it's killing team productivity. But for the first time, there's a platform that fixes it by combining everything you need. Projects, chat, and knowledge in one place. It's all powered by the world's most complete work AI, so you can find answers from anywhere and get work done faster. Introducing ClickUp, the everything app for work.
Divide, plus our side of the divide, we seem to be going in a different direction together for the unity of this nation. Please remember, the glue that puts together this unity is the passing away of your mother. Let that be a memorial also for all the leadership who are here, that you have a duty to do. You don't have to shy away. I believe in God, and God is able to put us together in the leadership we want to look for in this nation. God bless you all.
Because I'm not going to say anything after this, so Mheshimiwa Kibagendi, after the next speaker makes his remarks, the mic will come back to you for further guidance on how we proceed from here. I'll only say one word. For the many of you leaders who are here from Kisii, circumstances such as this have brought all of us together. On Friday, when we go to lay Mama to rest, it will be an opportunity for us to demonstrate the maturity
responsibility that is characteristic of all African communities. And to echo what Mzee Ngeri has said here, we have all been brought together, regardless of where we come from in terms of our political thoughts and positioning, by the sleeping of our mother here. So I look forward to a peaceful, respectful, decent send-off to this mama, and most importantly, an opportunity for us to start thinking hard about how we strengthen our togetherness as we move forward to build this country. Our brother and our friend, Honorable Rigathi Gachagua, I reserved him for the last because he served as Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. He's our good friend and colleague in the United Alternative Government, very solid supporter, not just of our cause, but who has been with us. And Richard, I will have an opportunity to thank you properly on Friday, because for a long time when I was away, you were holding brief for me in the United Alternative Government, and you are also holding brief for me in Linda Mwananchi, and you are holding brief for me in many of these other good places. God will reward you for doing a good job. So, Mheshimiwa Rigathi Gachagua, please welcome and make some remarks.
Thank you very much, Reverend Father, the family of the late Mama Teresa and the leaders present. Tumsifu Yesu Kristo. Milele na milele. God is good, and all the time. Nisalimie kwa hayo. Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Asanteni sana. Reverend Father, we have heard your instructions, and if there have been any disobedience, it will not come from me, because I'm a husband to a pastor. And you know, when you are a husband to a pastor, you are like a pastor. So I cannot. Richard Onyonka, our senator, and your family, we have come to say pole. We have come with a handkerchief to wipe your tears, because it's part of our tradition as Africans. When one is down, when one is crying, we all come together. I did not have the privilege to meet your mother, but listening to her eulogy, she was a great woman, a woman of integrity. Reading her eulogy, because I live in a village. When I was removed from work, I was sent to a village called Wamonyoro. So I'm a villager. In the village, the villagers have a way of identifying integrity. And it's good I tell you so that you know when your integrity is in question. The villagers, anytime there is a meeting and they ask for proposals, who will be the treasurer for a certain function, the person proposed by everybody, that lady lying here was a treasurer for a record 42 years. It is clear in everybody's mind that her integrity was beyond question. So wewe ukienda kwa matanga waulize treasurer na hakuna mtu anakutaja, uanze kufikiria kama iko shida mahali. Lakini ukisikia unataja kuwa treasurer ya harusi ya matanga, ujue uko sawa. So we just came to say pole, and we wish Mama well. I agree with Edwin Sifuna. There are certain things that need to be said. But Father, you say they should not be said here. Sifuna and others are lucky they'll have an opportunity to say them in Kisii. I'm very unlucky because I'll be out of the country. I would have had many things to say. But allow me, Father, without going into politics, nisitaki huyu Senator Onyonka to his kinsmen. Ndio kuna pahali alinikosea sana huyu. He put me in a lot of trouble. We were in a funeral for the late Okioma, Victor Okioma in Kitale, was deputy president. He rose to speak. He hammered my boss terribly about Adani and other things. And I was expected to admonish him. I didn't. I was called and dressed down for 1 hour. Kwa hivyo, Onyonka ile vita ni shida nimepata, wewe ndio uliniweka kwa hiyo shida. But when I was admonished, nikamwambia yule jamaa, finally I got annoyed because he abused me. I told him, but what Onyonka said was true, and I agree with it up to today. Hi, cousin. Hi, Kuzo. Hi, cousin. Asanteni sana makuzo, Mungu awabariki.
Thank you so much. Nyuma, we respect you and we don't expect you to be shouting that in church. You may make us discredit those that you follow. It is good to respect church. MC, what do you want to say?
Thank you, Father.
Asante
I would like to appreciate Cousin Rigiji, and at this point, I invite Senator Onyonka to give a vote of thanks before I give direction on how we move from here. Thank you.
For all of you who have come here today, first of all with my family members, my brothers and sisters and my children, my nephews, my aunties, my uncles, thank you for coming. For the team that I have worked with for the last 2 years, that is the political class. I want to say, Rigiji, thank you. Because there's something I'm going to tell you that I discussed with my mom. Do you remember I used to talk with her? There's something I'll tell you before you go. Eugene, thank you for those wonderful words. I have so much respect for all of you. My father's friend, my guardian, and the man of great honor, Honorable Amos Wako. I saw your message. I was unable to get back because we've been running through this. Thank you, sir, for coming. I really, really appreciate it. Gloria Oroba is my twin sister. She has been there when, what many people don't know is that when Matiang'i was coming, we knew he was going to be arrested at the airport. So we agreed we'll do two things. I'll be watching and standing with a frimbi, and if things really get bad, Gloria was going to start screaming. And we made sure they knew that. So we walked down the stairs with Fred. He jumped into his car and we were saying, hallelujah, hallelujah. Justice Maraga, a man, I have no words for you, the most incredible judge that Kenya has ever had, including my community. We have a lot of respect for you. Honorable Professor Samongeri, my father who brought me up, saw everything about my life, was there when I started my politics. Thank you for coming here. Governor James Ongwae, thank you, sir. My mother always talked about you because you are his cousin, and thank you for making Kisii one of the best counties that was being managed when you were there. Honorable Kibagendi and your team, you, Gisairo, Arwasa, who opposes you, but you respectfully handle him. I'm talking about Barongo, and the whole team in Kisii, of Linda Mwananchi, the whole team of Jubilee, the whole team of DCP, all of you, God bless you for coming to honor my mother. First, let me say what my mother told me so that I don't forget. She told me to apologize to you because I impeached you. She didn't know you were a good man. Neither did I. Now I know. I am so sorry. I am so sorry. If you were to give me back that thing, I would really tell them something. So I hope you'll forgive me for having impeached you. And sir, I did not eat the money. They brought some to their house, but I refused. Okay, thank you. My friends, my brothers, Sifuna, I have something about you. I don't know what it is. Also, see, this is the team of the best students that Raila Amolo Odinga left behind. You, Osotsi, Karoli Omondi is the professor. And what would I do without thanking Babu Owino? We went to Kisumu and it was astonishing. I saw Raila alive. I saw the spirit. Cyprian Nyamwamu, your father was Mzee Omoke's best man. And when I was staying with him and my mom, your father was always his backup. Thank you for remaining the friendship. I didn't know that until my mother told me. For my family and siblings, I will treat you with the best respect you deserve because all of you have treated me with a lot of respect. Mom told me to make sure that I'm there for you guys. All of you have been with her. You've gone through school with her because Mzee Omoke passed on about 20 years ago. So Mom was a widow with us all along as these kids were going to school. My sons, I know many people sometimes say I don't have sons. Hey, but stand up, you guys. Those who claim to be my sons. Thank you. You can see those are 4. There's a team coming from the US. There's another team in Kisii. Your Excellency, you'll be introduced later, so you'll sit down. And I am so, so happy that my mother has been given what I couldn't give her. It wasn't money, neither was it a name. My mother has just been given, I think, the best dignity any human being would wish to have. Thank you so much, and thank you, Kenya. We don't do what we do for political reasons. We do what we do because as a Catholic, I believe that Kenya deserves better, and Kenya must be a better country. We don't hate anybody. We just think we can change the system, which creates an environment which my mother was dealing with, where the winner takes it all, where we don't care about anybody, where if you get a chance to steal state resources, you do, and where you don't care whether children go to school or not. And of course, if the medical services don't work, it's okay, we can afford to travel abroad. But what happens for those who cannot afford? Father, I'm sorry, I was not politicking. Thank you, everybody. And I thank my church, the Catholic Church. Thank you, Father. Thank you so much. God bless you all.
So that is enough. Naomba hiyo mic sasa itolewe hapo. Kindly, please, it is enough. Appreciate what you have already. One thing I like is that Mama Teresa has brought all of us together. Mungu ni mwema na kila wakati. Naomba viongozi munisikilize. Huyu mama ametuleta sisi wote pamoja. Ukiona tunasema tusiongee siasa kwa church, these things are not personal. Tuelewe kitu kimoja. Kanisa iko na kila mtu across the divide. Si ndio eh? Wale wa huku ni watu wa church. Wale wa huku wengine ni watu wa church. Wale wa kule pia ni watu wa church. Ni vile hatutaki watu wapiganie kanisani because it will make God sad. But our challenge is, please, our leaders, unite people and don't divide people. Mama ametuonyesha kwamba we can all come together as brothers and sisters. All of us are God's children. Let us play politics of respect, politics according to God's own wish and heart for his people, and the rest is going to be fine. Na tulisema let us be good and do good. Na nafikiri hicho ndo kitu ambacho huyo mama ametufundisha. So thank you for coming, dear leaders, and for your patience, and wale wameweka mambo vizuri, you appreciate. Au ambao wameharibu kidogo, next time tukikunyima mic usijali. We thank all the mourners who came. We also thank our very able choir and our sound system team. And let us continue to pray for the soul of Mama Teresa. Naomba sasa tusimame wote. So tukitoka hapa, tutatoka kwa heshima after the final blessings. The body will be taken to the place where we began. So those who had not paid their last respect, mtapita hapo, but we move from the church respectively. And to the family, we continue to stand with you, to pray for you, and to accompany you in this journey to the end. Glory be to the Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy Spirit.